Life's turning points always start when you least expect them. One second, I was sitting in a high school classroom, sweating over the most important college entrance exam of my life. The next, my vision blurred. I forced my eyes open, my legs wobbling as I struggled to keep my balance. I wasn't in a classroom anymore. I was standing inside a circular room made of frosted glass. 8 powerful searchlights beamed down from the ceiling, blinding me. Slowly, the lights dimmed and flickered out. Right in front of me, an electronic screen glowed with text, talent, insight, level, spiritual rank 1. Candidates are reminded to keep their information confidential, I stared at the screen, my heart hammering against my ribs. I raised my hand and delivered a sharp slap right across my own face. Snap! I needed to wake up. This had to be a dream. But when I opened my eyes again, I was still in the glass booth. I was ruined. Who in their right mind transmigrates during the very last subject of the college entrance exams? I was supposed to be the top scholar. My school had promised me a 300,000 yuan scholarship. Suddenly, an alarm blared through the room. Ding. 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 You don't need to be that excited just because you awakened. A man in his 30s grumbled from outside the door. He shouted toward the booth, Student, you really awakened a beast-taming talent. Stop slapping yourself and get out here. Other people finish in a minute, but you've been in there for 10. You're holding up the line. I walked out of the room in a daze, mumbling a quick thanks to the man. I looked up and saw a massive playground swarming with students. Behind me stood 10 glass testing booths. Long lines of students waited at each one. Every booth had a large screen above it. Mine showed a green pass signal, but the other 9 were flashing red for fail. I walked slowly, clutching my head. Memories that weren't mine began to flood my brain, merging with my own. I really had traveled to another world. In my previous life, I was an orphan who grew up with cold stares and mockery. This new Li Tang had family, friends, and a life full of laughter. More importantly, this was a world of beast tamers. At age 16, people could awaken a talent to contract spirit beasts. These beasts could move mountains and seas, bringing their tamers wealth, power, and status. Tang, you actually awakened a talent. A tall, muscular guy burst out of the line and hooked his arm around my neck. It was Yang Fan, my best friend. I knew you were a genius. Why did you take so long in there? You okay? There are only 20 people left in front of me. If I don't awaken, don't you dare forget me when you're rich. I looked at him and smiled. We're the twin stars. If I'm a genius, you are too. Believe in yourself. You're right. Yang Fan laughed. We're going to Beast Taming University together. Other students started crowding around us, whispering, Li Tang, what's your talent? Tell us. Everyone shut up. A sharp voice cut through the noise. A beautiful woman in black leather pants and a matching jacket marched toward us. Her face was cold, and her commanding presence immediately drew the gaze of every boy on the field. This was Zhou Shumi, our class teacher. Wang Jian, were you sleeping in class? She snapped at one of the boys. Beast taming talents are confidential. Stop prying. Get back in line now. She turned her gaze toward me. Return to your spot. Li Tang, you have 5 seconds to get back to your spot. You've wasted enough time. Yes, Teacher Zhou, I said quickly. She looked at me with a hint of surprise, probably wondering why a troublemaker like me was suddenly being so polite. I stood in line and focused inward, trying to understand what insight actually was. A mental image became clear. Insight allows the user to view detailed information on opponents and spirit beasts. Enhances vision. Was this like the Sharingan? No, I couldn't summon a giant spirit warrior with this. At best, it was a basic scout ability. It seemed I was destined to be a background character even in this world. I also noticed a small void in my mind, about 1 cubic meter in size. That had to be my beast space. It was tiny. I decided to test my power. I looked at Zhou Shumi as she maintained order and whispered in my mind, Insight. My eyes flashed with a faint light. A floating window of text appeared over her. Name, Zhou Shumi. Age, 28. Level, Tier 3, Rank 6. Talent, Damage Amplification. Number of Spirit Beasts, 2. Before I could read the rest, Zhou Shumi spun around and locked eyes with me. She felt it. Her gaze was terrifying. My head suddenly throbbed with an agonizing pressure, and the world went black. Not bad. Out of over 1,000 freshmen, we have 85 talent awakeners, a voice said. I started to drift back to consciousness. I kept my eyes closed, listening. Children of beast tamers have a higher chance, another voice replied. For a small place like Heian City, these numbers are solid. The kid is awake, the first voice said. I opened my eyes. An old man in his 60s was smiling down at me. Little guy, your natural mental strength is impressive. You haven't even reached level 1, yet you tried to use a skill. How do you feel? Any discomfort? My head doesn't hurt, I started to say. Thwack. A sharp pain exploded in my skull. I let out a yelp and rolled around on the infirmary bed, clutching a fresh lump on my head. Through my fingers, I saw Zhou Shumi standing there, her hand still raised. You've got guts, kid, she growled, her face flushed with anger. Was that insight or X-ray vision you used on me? If I catch you doing that again, I'll break your legs. Beside her, the old man, Vice Principal Liu, just kept smiling. He didn't even try to stop her. I'm sorry. I won't do it again, I squeaked, shrinking back toward the headboard. It's insight, Teacher Zhou. Just insight. Please calm down. Insight is a decent ability, Liu remarked, nodding. It's not a combat talent, but it's a powerful support tool. Zhou Shumi scoffed. Liu, you're being too kind. 30 years ago, before the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia was invented, it was a great talent. Now, it's basically obsolete. She tapped a device on her wrist that looked like a high-tech watch. Don't be so blunt, Liu sighed. The encyclopedia was actually designed based on the insight talent. It used to be a B-rank talent, though it's been downgraded to F-rank now. He looked at me, his expression turning serious. But remember, a talent is only as strong as the tamer. It's about how you develop and evolve. In the end, everything comes down to real combat. He paused for a moment, then his smile returned. You're fine now. Go back with Teacher Zhou. I followed Zhou Shumi out of the small infirmary, keeping a steady 3-pace distance behind her. The setting sun cast long, orange shadows across the pavement as we walked. Watching her confident, swaying stride, I couldn't help but think about the information my insight had revealed. She was a rank 3 powerhouse. No wonder her punch felt like a runaway truck. Suddenly, her pace slowed. She seemed to remember something and turned back toward me, her face unusually serious. Now that you've awakened a talent, you're not a kid anymore, she said. But let's be real. Your insight talent is average at best. You're going to have to work 10 times harder over these next 3 years of high school. The sudden shift in her tone caught me off guard. I nodded quietly. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I'll work hard. One more thing, she added, her voice regaining its usual edge. Tomorrow morning at 7:30, all students who awaken talents must gather in the school hall. Don't be late. I've already had to work overtime because of you, so get lost and go home. Yes, ma'am, I replied quickly. My home was about a 20-minute walk from the school. As I followed the route etched in my new memories, my heart started to race. In my past life, I was an orphan. I had been found on the side of the road when I was 3 or 4 and grew up in a foster home. I always told people my real parents would come for me, so I never let anyone adopt me. I had been a top student, ready to join the military academy and give my life to the state. Then, I took a nap during my final English exam and woke up here. Now, I had a family waiting for me. Brother, a high-pitched voice broke my train of thought. A girl who looked like a porcelain doll came running toward me. She was about 5'3", wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, her hair tied back in a ponytail. She still had a bit of baby fat on her cheeks, making her look incredibly energetic and cute. She grabbed my arm and started firing off questions like a machine gun. Is it true? Did you really awaken a beast-taming talent? Are we going to be rich? I heard you fainted from excitement. What did it feel like? Was it like a primordial power exploding from your chest? Talk to me. I reached out and pinched her cheek, a habit I seemingly inherited from this body's original owner. So many questions, kid. We'll talk when we get inside. Stop pinching me. I'll get ugly, Li Yuanyuan grumbled, retaliating with a sharp pinch to my waist. I winced. I guess some things, like a girl's passive skills, are the same in every universe. We walked into the house together. Mom, Dad, I got him. Is dinner ready? I'm starving, Yuan shouted, kicking off her shoes and diving for the dining table. It's ready, a woman named Wang Na said, stepping out of the kitchen with a plate. When she saw me, she immediately rushed over to feel my forehead. Xiaotang, you're back. Are you okay? Does anything hurt? Mom, the word felt heavy on my tongue. I hadn't said it in years. I forced a smile. I'm fine. Don't worry. Teacher Zhou called around 6, she said, leading me to the table. She said you were all right. Then Yang Fan stopped by and told us the news. He said you were so excited about your talent that you passed out and had to be carried to the infirmary. I wanted to go see you, but your father stopped me. He said the school would call if it was serious. I nodded. Yang Fan was a friend from school. He awakened a talent too? He did, Mom laughed. But he told us he already knew he was a genius, so he stayed perfectly calm. Not like you, passing out from the shock. Yuan chimed in while stuffing her face. Brother, you're so weak. Yang Fan is such a liar, though. Before the test, he said we should look out for each other. After the test, he started telling everyone he has the grace of the earth, or whatever. As we talked, a man walked out from the study and sat down. This was my father, Li Shampao. He worked for the City Inspection Bureau and knew a lot about beast tamers. He was tall, built like an athlete, with a buzz cut and a face that screamed strict. Dad, I said. He grunted, looking at me. So, someone in our family finally awakened a talent. Xiaotang, you need to grow up now. No more messing around with stray cats and dogs. You need to focus on your cultivation. Mom set 2 wine glasses on the table. Old Li, it's a big day. I'll have a drink with you. Haha. I'm only getting this treat because of Xiaotang, Dad laughed. He pulled a bottle from the cabinet and poured the drinks. To Xiaotang, congratulations on awakening. Thank you, I said, feeling the warmth of the room. Yuan chewed on a braised shrimp and looked up. Dad, I heard beast tamers are like celebrities. The government gives them money and resources, right? And you have to be one if you want to start a big company. That's true, Dad said, his expression turning solemn. But with great power comes great responsibility. 200 years ago, the continents merged and cracks appeared in the sky. Ferocious beasts poured out, and the animals on Earth began to mutate. Humanity was almost wiped out. It was only because the first beast tamers stepped up that we survived. They fought for 30 years to seal those cracks and push the beasts back into the forests. He took a sip of his wine and looked me dead in the eye. Xiaotang, once you contract a spirit beast, you are a soldier. You have a duty to protect this country. When you go to the battlefield, do not be a coward. The mood in the room shifted. Mom went quiet. You must cultivate seriously, Dad added. If you don't study, you won't get a good job. But if you don't cultivate, you will die. He downed his glass and reached for the bottle, but Mom swiped it away. That's enough. You'll start snoring if you drink more, and then you're sleeping in the study. Yuan looked at me with a devious grin. Brother, since the state is going to take care of you, can I have your allowance? I heard beast tamers make tons of money. Actually, Mom teased, poking Yuan's head, cultivating and raising a spirit beast is incredibly expensive. I think we might have to cut your allowance to help your brother. What? I have to pay for him? Yuan pouted. Then she leaned in, curious. Wait, does the government provide beast tamers with wives? My brother is so weak. I'm worried he'll be a bachelor forever. Don't talk nonsense. Dad barked, though I saw a ghost of a smile. He looked at me one last time. Xiaotang, focus on your training. If you need anything, tell us. We have some savings put aside for you. He finished his rice in 3 quick bites. Go get some rest. And Yuan, go do your homework. They say a daughter is a father's lover from a past life. Yuan grumbled as she stood up. Did you spend your whole past life watching your lover do homework? She bolted for her room before Dad could respond, leaving me alone with the weight of my new life. Li Yuan, are you looking for a beating? Dad's voice echoed behind her, but she didn't care. She bolted into her room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling. Everything felt like a fever dream. One moment, I was at the college entrance exam. The next, I was in a world where people summon monsters. I had memories of 2 different lives clashing in my skull. Was I an interloper who stole this body? Or was I always Li Tang, and my life on Earth was just a long, vivid dream? I shook my head. It didn't matter. The past was gone, and the future wasn't guaranteed. I closed my eyes and focused. I could feel it. The beast taming space and my talent were still there, clear as day. If I was going to live in this world, I was going to dominate it. Having a family again was a blessing, but now I needed power. How did people even cultivate here? How did the contracts work? I drifted off to sleep, my mind spinning with questions. I woke up at 6:30 the next morning. I scanned the room. I was still here. It wasn't a dream. I closed my eyes and checked my status again, and my heart nearly stopped. I had a second talent. My first was insight. It let me see the hidden stats of opponents and their spirit beasts, and it gave me a vision boost. But the second one? It was called synthesis evolution. If I had 3 identical contracted beasts at the same level, I could fuse them to force an evolution. On top of that, my beast space had 10 bench slots. Usually, taming multiple beasts was a nightmare, but these slots let me keep 10 extra creatures ready for combat. I almost laughed out loud. This was literally the golden shovel from the games I used to play. 3 units for a star up, and a massive bench to swap them out. If I had the resources, I could fight 10-on-1. I was a transmigrator, and the heavens had finally given me my cheat code. Li Tang, get up. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Li Yuan was pounding on my door while brushing her teeth. I threw on my clothes and swung the door open. She stood there in pink bear pajamas, foam around her mouth, looking at me with pure judgment. Still sleeping in? You're in high school now, she mumbled through the toothpaste. How did a lazy guy like you even awaken a talent? Life is so unfair. Just wait, I'll be way stronger than you. She rolled her eyes and stomped away. I just smiled. Sure you will, kid. By 7:30, I was standing in the assembly hall of Heian City No. 1 High School. There were 85 of us, lined up in a neat formation. A tall guy behind me poked my shoulder. It was Yang Fan. He had a smug, I'm the protagonist, look on his face. Xiao Tang, I told you I was a genius, he whispered. My talent. 2 words, bad. Ass. It's definitely S grade. I'll tell you the details later when we're alone. Before I could respond, a chubby kid named Wu Chong chimed in from the side. He was the son of the middle school dean, always top of the class and incredibly arrogant. We used to prank him back in the day, but somehow, we'd ended up as friends. You 2 slackers getting talents is the real mystery, Wu Chong sneered. Watch it, fatty. Yang Fan snapped, his temper flaring. You want to go right now? I stepped between them. Come on, Changji. You've got the inside scoop, right? Tell us what the talent distribution looks like this year. The Changji flattered him instantly. He puffed out his chest and lowered his voice. Fine. Since we went to the same middle school, I'll tell you. There are 4 A grades in our year, 16 B grades, and 26 C grades. The rest are just common. My dad has connections at the Education Bureau, so this is legit. Is there a big difference between people with the same grade? I asked. Wu Chong looked surprised. You actually know about that? Listen, a weak talent might not stay weak, but a strong talent is always a monster. Over at Experimental High, someone awakened an S-grade talent. The provincial leaders are already freaking out. They say the legendary Marshal Zhang Shi, the one who stopped the Rift riots, had an S-grade talent. Fast cultivation, insane power. The kids nearby overheard us and started buzzing. Marshal Zhang was a legend. But the room went dead silent the moment Zhou Shumi walked in. She wasn't alone. She was walking with a male teacher in his 30s, and leading them both was a sharp-eyed man in his 50s. He walked with military precision. Good morning, students. I am Wei Lai, the principal of No. 1 High. His voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated in my chest. You have all awakened. But having talent and being a beast tamer are 2 different things. Don't waste your potential. If you reach Tier 1 by the end of high school, you are guaranteed a spot in a top university. Tuition free. Full benefits. The hall erupted. Free college. Resources? It sounded too good to be true. The principal raised his hand, and the room went silent again. But we want more than just university. We want you in the elite academies. To make that happen, the school is providing everything. Your tuition fees from this semester will be refunded within 3 days. We will provide your first spirit beast. But remember, resources are earned, not given. The best performers get the most. His expression turned grim. You are no longer ordinary citizens. The easy days of primary school are over. From today, you will live on campus. You will study, you will train, and you will fight. And a warning, unless your life is in danger, using your powers against ordinary people is strictly forbidden. Break that rule, and you'll face the law. He gestured to the teachers behind him. We are splitting you into 2 classes. Class 1 will be led by Mr. Zhao Weigua. The male teacher stepped forward and gave a curt, cold nod. And Class 2 will be led by Ms. Zhou Shumi. Hello, everyone, she said, her voice sweet and gentle as she waved. Half the boys in the room looked like they were falling in love. I just rolled my eyes. I knew her. She was a total lady for the first week, and then the drill sergeant came out. I'll leave you with your teachers, the principal concluded. For the next 3 years, if you have any problems, my office door is open. The principal didn't stick around. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left the hall with a brisk pace. Ms. Zhou Shumi stepped forward, her gentle smile still firmly in place. All right, everyone, she said. When I call your name, you're in Class 2. Move to your right and follow me. Feng Rue, Lu Jier, Yang Fan, Li Tang. She rattled off 43 names. I stood up and joined the line. I felt a bit annoyed. I was a fast guy in my past life, and now I was stuck in this slow class. I wondered if I'd actually have to fight for my life here. By the time we reached our new classroom, all 43 of us were sitting perfectly straight. The room was deathly silent. On the way over, a few guys had tried to whisper or break formation. Ms. Zhou had greeted them with her signature move, the Great Vajra Kick. Doing that in high heels was a special kind of talent. After Yang Fan and I whispered the nickname Mother Dinosaur to a few people, the word spread fast. Everyone became very, very well behaved. The #1 middle school campus was massive. It was split into the general teaching area and the back mountain. The general area was for normal students, but the back mountain was a fortress for beast tamers. It had its own teaching buildings, a playground, a cafeteria, and even a 100-meter-high hill covered in forest and hidden structures. Ms. Zhou stood at the podium and flipped through her notebook. She looked down at us and smiled that sweet, fake smile again. No need to be so tense, everyone. I'm actually very gentle. I didn't believe a word of it. I know some of you think I'm violent, she continued, her voice dropping an octave. But the growth of a beast tamer is more brutal than you can imagine. I'm just building up your physical resistance. Now, today's first lesson is about common knowledge. If you have questions, raise your hand. She skipped the history lesson and got straight to what we actually cared about: how to cultivate and how to contract a spirit beast. You will all receive a manual called the China Beast Tamer Advancement Guide, she said. I winced. What a terrible name. Couldn't they call it something cool like the 10,000 Beast Scripture or the 9-Turn God Beast Manual? You can only study the book at school, she warned. Sharing these techniques with ordinary people is forbidden. Once you master the basics, you must practice for at least 4 hours a day. If your mental strength is high, you can go longer. She glanced at me when she said that. Once you reach level 10 of the spirit rank, you can form a contract, she explained. A spirit beast is your partner, not your slave. There are 2 ways to get one. First, a spirit beast egg. These are condensed by powerful beasts for their offspring. They are safe, loyal, and grow quickly, but they start weak and are incredibly rare. For beginners, this is the gold standard. She paused, letting that sink in. The second way is contracting a live beast. They start stronger, and you can see their talent level immediately. But there's a risk. If things go wrong, they can betray you. Now, there are 2 schools of thought. Some focus on one high-quality beast, linking their power directly to it. Others contract multiple beasts to hit the rank 2 threshold faster. In that case, the tamer is usually stronger than the individual beasts. She leaned against the podium. As you cultivate, your own body will be strengthened by primal power. You won't be weaker than your beasts. We have combat classes, and I'll be personally training you. I shared a look with the guys around me. Training with the mother dinosaur sounded like a death sentence. If your beast dies, you suffer a backlash and lose a contract slot, she added grimly. As for levels, tamers and beasts go from rank 0 to rank 9. Theoretically, there's a rank 10, but no one has ever reached it. Also, beasts have talent caps. A rank 5 talent beast stops growing at rank 5 unless it evolves. And evolution is incredibly difficult. I thought about my second talent. If I could see the evolution paths, I'd have a massive advantage. Tamer talents are ranked S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, she said, her eyes narrowing. But listen closely. You are in Class 2 because your initial talent scores were lower than those in Class 1. You are the slow class. But if you make me lose face, I'll make you lose your lives. Understand? I puffed out my chest. I wasn't planning on staying slow for long. I raised my hand. Ms. Zhou, can a person have more than one talent? The room went quiet. Ms. Zhou looked surprised. She thought for a moment. I only know of one exception. A man who was a twin, but his sibling died in the womb. He ended up with 2 talents and became incredibly powerful. I kept my face neutral. I was a transmigrator. 2 souls merged into one. That explained it. Ms. Zhou, Yang Fan shouted from behind me. How long until we get our first beast? I'm dying to know what mine is. Sit down, she barked. On average, about 1.5 years. Usually by the second half of your sophomore year. But I'll let you in on a secret. Every year, the school sets aside 5 spirit beast eggs. It's first come, first served for whoever reaches rank 1 first. The room erupted. A spirit beast egg was worth over $1 million. Yang Fan looked like he'd already won the lottery. I'm a genius, he whispered. That egg is mine. Ms. Zhou clapped her hands for silence. Final bit of news, benefits. Tuition is free, and we provide food and housing. You get 2 days off a month. And until you reach rank 1, the school will provide 1 low-grade primal stone per month to help your cultivation. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Now, I need a class monitor and a vice monitor. These 2 will get an extra primal stone every month. The selection process is simple. Everyone, get to the back mountain playground. Start running. If you get lapped twice, you're out. Last man standing is the monitor. Second place is vice monitor. Move. We scrambled out of our seats and sprinted toward the field. 10,000 bucks. Yang Fan muttered as he ran beside me. 1 stone is worth 10,000 bucks. It's that expensive? I asked, surprised. Yeah, and you can't even buy them on the open market. If you become monitor, it's like earning a $10,000 monthly salary. My dad doesn't even make that much. We're going to be rich, Li Tang. I made up my mind right then. I was going to be the class monitor, no matter what. Even if I had to run until my heart stopped, that position was mine. The playground at the number 1 middle school's pre-sale district was massive. A single lap was about 800 meters. Ms. Zhou had somehow found a comfortable chair and a sunshade. She sat there like a queen, watching the 43 of us scramble onto the track. The runners quickly split into 3 groups. 5 people took the lead, pushing a fast pace. The majority of the class formed a large pack in the middle. Then there were the stragglers, 7 or 8 kids who were already falling behind. Yang Fan and I stayed in the middle of the pack. In this world, the original Li Tang hadn't been a great student, but he was always outside, getting into trouble and playing sports. His body was surprisingly fit. I felt light on my feet. Yang Fan, being tall and sturdy, was an even better athlete. He wanted to sprint to the front and lead the pack, but I grabbed his arm and held him back. Save your energy, I hissed. This is about endurance. Just don't get lapped. Don't be a hero yet. 30 minutes in, the third group started to crumble. A girl and a chubby boy slumped over, collapsing onto the grass. Manchong eliminated. Ms. Zhou's voice rang out, clear as a bell, in everyone's ears. Once the first person quit, the cracks began to show in everyone else. I could see the doubt in their eyes. There were only 2 spots, monitor and vice monitor. Was a month's worth of stones really worth this torture? Many decided it wasn't. An hour passed. Only 10 of us were left. 3 were still leading the charge, 6 of us were in the middle, and 1 lone soul was struggling at the back. We had already covered 7 or 8 kilometers. The pace slowed. In front of me, a girl's white t-shirt was completely soaked with sweat, making her black sports bra visible through the fabric. I didn't have the energy to look, though. My muscles were screaming. Every breath felt like a paper cut in my lungs. Beside me, Yang Fan was panting like a broken bellows, sweat dripping off his chin in steady streams. I told myself I had to win. I had been a winner my whole life. I wasn't going to start losing now. In a race like this, the weak bodies fail first, but after that, it's a war of wills. The moment you entertain the thought of quitting, you've already lost. 10 minutes later, the girl in front of me stumbled. Her legs gave out, and she hit the dirt hard. The others just swerved around her. I couldn't. I stopped, gasping for air, and helped her over to the grass. Her knees and palms were shredded, blood trickling down her shins. She sat there and started to sob. I didn't have the breath to comfort her. I just put my head down and stepped back onto the track. 3 minutes later, the last straggler was lapped for the second time. Only 8 of us remained. The only sounds were heavy, ragged breathing and the rhythmic slap of sneakers on pavement. We weren't pro athletes. We were just kids. We were at the limit. Everyone had a mantra. I've always been first. I have to win. I'm a transmigrator with a cheat code. I can't lose. My mantra was simpler. I'm the monitor, even if I die for it. Suddenly, something changed. My legs, which had felt like they were made of lead, suddenly felt light. The weight of gravity seemed to vanish. I started to pick up speed. I passed the 7th runner. Then the 6th. I moved into 3rd. Then 2nd. Finally, I pulled up alongside Yang Fan. He looked at me with pure desperation, but his legs wouldn't listen to him anymore. I pulled ahead, inch by inch. He looked devastated. He had led the whole way, only to be overtaken at the finish line. By now, I wasn't even thinking about the race. I was just running. Half an hour later, everyone else had stopped. I was the only one still moving. What is wrong with that guy? Yang Fan wheezed, kneeling on the grass and looking like he was about to throw up. He was annoyed, but mostly confused. Did he hit a runner's high or something? I didn't notice that Vice Principal Lu had arrived. He was sitting in Ms. Zhou's chair while she held the umbrella for him. He's in the zone, Ms. Zhou remarked quietly. Luck is a form of strength, but this is a flow state. It shows incredible mental focus. Vice Principal Lu smiled his usual mysterious smile. He's at his limit. He's going to faint again. Before he even finished the sentence, my world tilted. I hit the ground hard. Ms. Zhou dropped the umbrella and blurred across the field. She reached me in a second, picked me up like a sack of flour, and tossed me onto the grass with the others. Fall in, she barked. We were dead tired, but we crawled and stumbled until we were standing in front of her. You showed me your grit today, she said. The first lesson is over. Now, for a reward. She turned to the vice principal. Thank you for your help, Elder Lu. The old man sighed, looking a bit put out, but he raised his hand. Suddenly, a massive butterfly, a meter wide, appeared in the air. Its wings were a brilliant emerald green, shimmering like polished jewels. It fluttered gracefully over our heads. So beautiful, someone whispered. That's an emerald swallowtail. A kid who seemed to know everything shouted. At least a grade 5 talent. It's a rare healing-type spirit beast. Accelerated healing, Lu muttered softly. The butterfly flapped its wings, and a rain of green light fell upon us. I watched in shock as the cuts on the girl who had fallen, Yun Ziyuan, closed up instantly, leaving nothing but dried blood. Restoration, Lu commanded. The butterfly circled us again, dusting us with glowing green powder. The burning ache in my legs began to fade. Strength poured back into my muscles. I sat up, watching the creature with wide eyes. This was my first time seeing a real spirit beast. It felt like a beautiful dream. This is it, I thought. This is the power of this world. One day, I'll have beasts even stronger than this. I'll be the king of beast tamers, Come back, Lu whispered, and the butterfly vanished into his body. Have a good class. I'm going back to the infirmary. Thank the vice principal, Ms. Zhou shouted. Thank you, Vice Principal Lu, we chorused. Ms. Zhou looked at her clipboard. Based on the results, Li Tang is the class monitor. Qin Rue is the vice monitor. She pointed at us, then continued, Li Tang, grab a few boys. Go to the library, get the textbooks for this semester, and distribute them to everyone's desks. After that, lead the class to the combat hall. I'm teaching you how to fight. Dismissed. Go eat and wash up. I was the monitor. I wasn't just a punching bag anymore. I rounded up 10 guys and got the books moved. Even with the butterflies healing, we were starving. I grabbed Yang Fan and sprinted for the cafeteria. I was so close, man. Yang Fan complained as we ran. My leg just cramped at the last second. Yang Fan kept talking as we ran. He was busy coming up with excuses, claiming I only won because he had a cramp at the last second. I didn't mind. I just laughed it off. Don't worry, little Yang, I said, patting his shoulder. With me as class monitor, I'll help you take that vice monitor spot back eventually. You're right, Brother Tang. Yang Fan beamed, his mood flipping instantly. You've got a plan for everything. No wonder you're the boss. We hit the cafeteria and grabbed our food. Every student got the same meal, 3 side dishes and a soup. It looked exquisite. The braised pork was translucent, shimmering under the lights, and the aroma made my mouth water. The portions looked a bit small, though. The lady serving the food smiled at me and told me to eat up, promising there was plenty more. I made a mental note to go back for thirds. As we scanned the room, I spotted Wu Chang sitting alone in a corner. I dragged Yang Fan over and sat down. Who's this guy eating all by himself? Yang Fan started to joke, but then he saw Wu Chang's face. His left eye was swollen shut, a deep shade of purple. Whoa, Wu Chang, who gave you the panda eye? Tell us who did it, and we'll go handle them for you. Wu Chang and I went to the same middle school, so we were pretty close. I nodded, showing I had his back. Wu Chang groaned, looking miserable. Don't even ask. Our homeroom teacher, Zhao Weigua, is a maniac. This morning, he made the boys and girls have a massive brawl to pick the monitors. Last one standing got the titles. I was dodging left and right, but this guy they call the Big Bear caught me with a punch right in the eye. I sighed. It seemed Ms. Zhou wasn't the only ruthless teacher in this academy. Zhao Weigua sounded just as brutal. So you lost a fight? Yang Fan said, his mouth full of rice and pork. Man, if our class had a brawl, me and Tang would be the last one standing for sure. He swallowed and leaned in. So, who's this Big Bear anyway? Xiong Chu, Wu Chang replied. He's our class monitor. His talent is some kind of passive physical reinforcement. He's incredibly tough and hits like a truck. What about your class? Who's your monitor? Yang Fan pointed a thumb at me with a grin. You're looking at him. Meet the monitor of class 2. Just luck? I said modestly. Luck? No way. Yang Fan exaggerated. Brother Tang left everyone in the dust this morning. People were literally vomiting trying to keep up with him. Wu Chang snorted, his stubborn streak showing through. Humph. Just picking a general from a bunch of midgets. It's a slow class after all. Yang Fan and I both dropped our chopsticks. The atmosphere turned cold. Chang, your eyes look a bit uneven, Yang Fan said with a predatory smile. Let me help you balance them out. Before Wu Chang could react, Yang Fan lunged across the table and locked Wu Chang's arms behind his back. I raised my fist, pretending I was about to swing. I'm sorry. Wu Chang yelled, struggling. Don't waste the food. Seriously, eat it all. This isn't normal meat, it's beast meat. It's packed with energy to nourish our bodies. I stopped and finished my meal, washing it down with the meatball soup. A sudden wave of warmth spread from my stomach to my limbs. Even Yang Fan, who swore he'd need 4 servings, let out a massive burp and felt full. At 1:30 p.m., we gathered in the combat hall. We changed into black training suits and lined up by height. Ms. Zhou walked in, having traded her leather outfit for a matching black tracksuit. She looked even more intimidating now. Some people think a beast tamer just lets their spirit beast do the fighting, she barked. That is a fatal mistake. If you are weak, your enemy will ignore your beast and kill you directly. You need to be strong enough to survive. She looked at the rows of students. Monitor, front and center. I stepped out. Here. Attack me, she commanded. Use any method you want. She just stood there, relaxed and motionless. I knew she was a pro, so I decided to play it smart. I'd throw a feint, see how she reacted, and then go for a leg sweep. I didn't want to get humiliated too badly. I lunged forward and threw a punch at her face. I was ready to pull back and drop low, but I never got the chance. Before I could even see her move, her hand clamped onto my wrist. With a simple tug, she used my own momentum to send me flying 4 meters across the floor. I landed face first with a dull thud. Again, she said, beckoning me with her finger. I wasn't about to quit. I scrambled up and rushed her, but her foot was faster. It stopped an inch from my forehead. That was speed, she said coldly. She walked over, picked up a heavy, reinforced shield, and tossed it to me. Hold this. I gripped the handles tight, bracing myself behind the thick padding. Ms. Zhou took a step, lunged, and threw a single punch. I went airborne. I flew 5 meters through the air like a rag doll. I hit the ground hard, but surprisingly, it didn't hurt that much. Then I realized why. I had flown right into a heavy sandbag. The bag had swung high into the air from the impact. As I lay there, the sandbag swung back down and slammed into me, pinning me to the floor again. She did that on purpose. I'm the monitor, not a punching bag. That was power, she told the class. And I was holding back. If I hadn't, he'd be broken. She began explaining the fundamentals. Power and agility were the core. Strength, endurance, speed, and flexibility. But before we could fight, we had to learn how to stand. The foundation stance, she demonstrated. Her feet were shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, back straight, and arms held out as if she were hugging a large ball. This trains your lower body and endurance. It teaches you sinew strength, the power that connects your fascia to your bones. All combat techniques are just ways to channel that energy. She ordered everyone to find a spot with a 1-meter gap between them. Monitor, get up here and lead them. I stood at the front, facing my classmates. I followed her instructions perfectly. I sank my weight as if sitting on a high stool, tucked my hips, and rounded my arms. I half closed my eyes and began to visualize my beast space in my mind. Good, Ms. Zhou muttered, checking my form. The monitor's posture is perfect. As I held the stance, I felt a strange sensation. A warm current rose from the soles of my feet, flowing through my body. My beast space, which was usually a dark, quiet void, began to vibrate. It felt like it was stretching. Ms. Zhou stopped mid-sentence. She stared at me, her eyes widening. I could feel energy leaking from my skin. I was deep in a trance, watching my internal world transform. The 1 cubic meter void was expanding, pushing outward until it reached 2 cubic meters. I couldn't believe it. It was only the second day, and I was already leveling up. Maybe I really was a genius. The expansion finally stopped. I opened my eyes and felt a new surge of power flowing through my limbs. I was stronger, faster, and more centered. Ms. Zhou noticed the change immediately. She walked over, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. She told me not to worry, explaining that I had officially reached rank 2. It was unusual. Most people started at rank 1, and only those with rare growth-type talents leveled up this quickly. She knew my talent was supposed to be insight. I could see the gears turning in her head. She probably suspected I had awakened a second talent, but she didn't pry. In this world, every beast tamer kept a few secrets. She turned to the rest of the class, using me as the ultimate motivator. She told them I was already miles ahead, and that if they wanted any hope of securing a powerful spirit beast, they needed to catch up. It was a classic move, dangling a carrot in front of them, but it worked. My classmates looked at me with envy, then threw themselves into their practice with renewed focus. As for me, I couldn't help but smirk. Leveling up on the second day? Maybe I really was a genius. But the confidence didn't last long. An hour into the foundation stance, my body began to betray me. My legs shook violently. Sweat poured off my skin, forming a literal puddle at my feet. I was reaching my limit. I wasn't alone, though. Several students had already collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. Ms. Zhou finally called an end to the session. She didn't push us past the breaking point, but she warned us that this stance was the foundation of everything. Before letting us go, she demonstrated some basic stretches, punches, and kicks. She even performed a set of long fist techniques, telling us this would be our focus for the next class. Then, she dropped the heavy news. Being a beast tamer wasn't just about fighting. She handed me a stack of schedules to distribute. I looked at the paper and felt my stomach sink. The schedule was packed from 6:30 in the morning until 10 at night, 7 days a week. We had history, geography, wilderness survival, and even medical nursing. There were hundreds of thousands of words to memorize for the exams. And every single night, from 6 to 10, We had mandatory meditation. It made my previous life's high school experience look like a vacation. After a quick break, I led Class 2 to a 2-story building on the hillside for our first meditation session. Class 1 was already there, waiting in the lobby. I saw Wu Chang, the guy I'd clashed with before, whispering to a massive student who stood even taller than Yang Fan. Wu Chang pointed at me, and the big guy gave me a look of pure disdain. My own classmates started to get restless, wandering around and chatting. I wasn't in the mood for chaos. I barked at them to get back in line, threatening to report them to Ms. Zhou if they kept acting like fools. They shut up instantly. The big guy from Class 1 turned red with anger, glaring at me like he wanted to explode. I just rolled my eyes. He looked like a giant bear about to have a tantrum. Just then, a middle-aged man walked in. He had a refined, gentle aura that immediately calmed the room. This was Sun Mingyuan, our meditation teacher. He led us to the second floor. The classroom was unlike any I had ever seen. There were no windows, and the door was a heavy, 30-centimeter thick slab of metal. It took visible effort for him to swing it open. Inside, there were no chairs, only meditation mats spread across the floor. Once the door was locked behind us, Sun Mingyuan started the lesson. He asked why we were able to cultivate it all. Yun Ziyuan, the girl I had helped during the race, answered softly. She said it was because of the cracks in reality that brought Yuan Qi into our world. I glanced at her. She had a clean, delicate beauty that was hard to ignore. Sun Mingyuan explained that cultivation was simple in theory. Absorb Yuan Qi to expand the beast space, and the space would, in turn, strengthen our physical bodies. He held up a book titled The Promotion Guide. He admitted the name was boring, but it was a balanced technique developed by grandmasters to ensure we didn't blow ourselves up while training. He then pointed out that the air in this room felt different. I noticed it too. It was crisp and energizing. He told us this was a specialized Yuan Qi chamber, built at a massive cost to the school. The energy density here was 10 times higher than the outside world. Then, he pulled out a small, transparent cube that seemed to have liquid light swirling inside. A Yuan stone. The big guy from Class 1, whose name was Xiong Chu, shouted out the answer before anyone else could. Sun Mingyuan nodded. He explained that while the chamber was great, we could use these stones to train in our dorms or at home. He called the monitors forward to distribute the stones. I walked up alongside my vice monitor, Qin Rue. From Class 1, Xiong Chu stepped forward with a tall, stunning girl. Sun Mingyuan started handing out the cubes. Monitors and vice monitors get 2 stones each, he said calmly. Then he looked at me. Li Tang, you get 3. The room went dead silent. Every eye in the class fixed on the 3 glowing stones in my hand. Sun Mingyuan smiled at the confused faces. It's a reward, he explained. Li Tang reached rank 2 today. For every level you gain, the school grants you an extra stone. I gripped the stones tight. I had started with a small advantage, and I intended to turn it into a landslide victory. The students from Class 1 stood there, completely stunned. The air in the room felt heavy with their confusion. I had reached rank 2 this afternoon, and none of them could wrap their heads around it. They started whispering, their voices buzzing like angry hornets. They complained that it wasn't scientific. We hadn't even started the meditation class yet, so how could someone have leveled up already? Someone asked if I was a natural awakener, but another quickly pointed out that I had awakened just yesterday alongside everyone else. They eventually settled on the idea that I must just be a freakish talent. Sun Mingyuan raised his hand to quiet the room. His smile vanished, replaced by a look of absolute seriousness. He told us that a beast tamer must focus on their own path. If someone else leveled up faster, that was their own skill. He warned us that while many talents are easy to guess, others have specific conditions. In a future battle, if your talent, spirit beasts, and skills are fully known by the enemy, you're already at a disadvantage. He said we could show off to get more resources, but we should also allow others to hide their cards. The room went silent. The weight of his words sank in. Then, Sun Mingyuan's warm smile returned as he resumed the lesson. He explained that Yuan stones are condensed mineral ores of energy, incredibly rare and valuable. Even the small, low-grade pieces in our hands were enough to push most of us to rank 2 once absorbed. He reminded us that talent is just potential. Real power comes from energy affinity, cultivation techniques, combat methods, and the bond with our spirit beasts. He told us we didn't need the stones for now because the energy in the chamber was plenty. He commanded us to sit cross-legged and close our eyes. I followed his instructions, sinking my consciousness into my beast space. I took a deep breath, focusing my mind. I began to feel the yuan qi around me. It looked like tiny, pale red, transparent particles floating in the air. I reached out with my mind, grabbing them and pulling them toward my body. Sun Mingyuan stopped talking and watched the 85 students. His eyes flickered with a strange light, his own talent, the eyes of energy. He saw most students slowly drawing in single particles. But when his gaze shifted to me, he froze. Energy was swirling around me like a tide. While others pulled in one particle at a time, I was vacuuming up 8 or 9 at once. I could practically feel his shock. He must have wondered if I was some powerful master who had traveled back in time to be 16 again. He shook off the shock and continued the lesson. He told us to stop the energy from lingering in our flesh and instead transport it to our beast space. We needed to collect 10 particles and compress them into a single drop. That drop would be our seed, planted into the soil of the beast space. From there, we had to keep absorbing energy to feed the seed until it sprouted roots and a tiny bud. This was the foundation of the Chinese Beast Tamer Promotion Guide. I sat there, my mind focused. Inside my beast space, my seed had already sprouted. It greedily drank in the energy particles, quickly growing a second leaf. Then, I felt something strange. My second talent, the reserve slots, felt like they could hold seeds too. I didn't hesitate. I started planting. In that small space, I dug and I planted. 1 slot, 2 slots, 5, then all 10. Once all the seeds were in the ground, my absorption speed exploded. Hundreds of energy particles flooded into my space, fueling all 11 seeds at once. The seeds in the reserve slots began to grow, stretching and sprouting their own leaves. But suddenly, the flow stopped. The air felt empty. Other students started murmuring, noticing the energy drop. Sun Mingyuan snapped out of his own meditation, his eyes wide. He saw a literal vortex of energy surrounding me. Hundreds of particles vanished into my body in an instant. A minute later, it happened again. The energy in my immediate area was completely tapped out. He stood up, looking flustered. My absorption speed was comparable to a rank 3 beast tamer. The room was running out of juice. He walked to the front wall and pressed a hidden panel, revealing 10 small slots, each holding a low-grade yuan stone. He pulled one out, but then reached into his pocket and pulled out a medium-grade stone. He looked a bit pained to part with it, but he slotted it in anyway. The room's lights flickered deep red, and the energy density surged back up. By 9:40 p.m., Sun Mingyuan woke us all up. He explained that the seed we grew was the beast-taming tree, the core of our cultivation. As we nourished it, dew would form on the leaves. This dew was origin power. It could strengthen our bodies, heal injuries, and eventually help our spirit beasts level up. He glanced at me again before explaining that at the spirit stage, this power is mostly for expanding the beast space. One boy from class 1 asked if it was okay that his seed hadn't sprouted yet. Sun Mingyuan reassured him that 3 days was the normal time frame. The stones he gave us were for practicing in our dorms. He warned us that meditation drains mental energy. If we felt tired, we had to sleep. Pushing too hard would only backfire. By 10:30 p.m., I was back in room 603. The dorm was nice, a 2-bedroom suite with a shared living room and bathroom. I watched my roommate, Yang Fan, stuffing his face with a late-night snack. His talent was called Tao Tai, which sounded impressive until he explained it. It just increased his and his beast's digestion speed by 10%. It was a classic F-rank talent. We cultivate through meditation, so eating faster just meant he got hungry faster. He didn't care. He was convinced that as long as he ate more, he'd get stronger faster. He had even run back to the cafeteria to buy extra food since the free meals weren't enough for him. While he was out, I called home to let my family know I was safe. When he returned, I watched him shovel food into his mouth. Yang Fan, did your seed sprout? I asked. Nah, he mumbled through a mouthful. I planted it, but nothing happened. Why? Are you feeling tired? I asked Yang Fan if he could keep cultivating at night. I was exhausted earlier, But after that midnight snack, I felt a second wind. Yang Fan finished his last bite of meat and mumbled something back. I wondered if his talent had some kind of hidden bonus for mental recovery. If it did, that F rank rating was a lie. It would have to be at least A rank. We joked about how our brotherhood would eventually monopolize all the best spirit beast eggs in the academy. My dorm room was small. It had a bed, a desk with a computer, and a tiny wardrobe containing 4 sets of clothes, pajamas, a combat uniform, and 2 pairs of shoes. I didn't touch the computer. Instead, I sat cross-legged on the bed and closed my eyes to sense my beast space. Inside, the 11 trees of life looked like tiny sprouts in a garden, glowing with a vibrant green light. After watching them for a few minutes, I realized something incredible. Even when I wasn't actively meditating, tiny particles of origin power were drifting into the trees. I was cultivating passively, 24 hours a day. The speed was slow, but it was constant. If I focused my mind on the space, the speed increased. If I actively meditated, it went even faster. I figured my second talent must have given me an energy feedback loop. That was why I leveled up so easily during the morning stance training. I pulled out an origin stone, gripping it tightly in my palm, and began my cultivation technique. The stone dissolved into pure energy, flowing through my palm and into my beast space. The energy split into 11 streams, feeding the tiny sprouts. I watched as the second leaves on those sprouts began to grow. Asterisk inhale. Hold. Feed. Asterisk. 2 hours later, at 1 in the morning, my body gave out. Thud. I collapsed onto the bed and fell fast asleep. I wasn't the only one. All across the freshman dorms, students were pushing themselves until they passed out. The alarm blared the next morning. I stretched, but my heart skipped a beat when I realized my hands were empty. I jumped out of bed, tossing the blankets aside. Nothing. I dropped to the floor and checked under the bed with my phone light. Still nothing. I checked the pockets of my clothes from yesterday and only found 2 remaining stones. My face twisted. Where was the stone I used last night? The door was locked from the inside. I closed my eyes and checked my beast space. The second leaves on the trees were now as large as the first ones. The sprouts had swallowed the entire stone. 10,000 yuan, gone in a single night. Being a beast tamer was going to be expensive, maybe too expensive. I remembered a saying, what is money? Money is just a bastard. Fine then. Money is a bastard. I grabbed Young Fan, and we sprinted downstairs. As the class monitor, I got 1 free origin stone a month, and I couldn't afford to give Ms. Zhou any reason to take it away. We reached the field at exactly 6:30 a.m. The class was already there. Start running. I barked. I didn't give Ms. Zhou time to react. I led the formation, and the whole class followed. While we ran, I nudged Young Fan and asked how much of his stone he'd absorbed. He pulled it out of his pocket. It looked almost brand new, just slightly worn around the edges. I put on my mask of pain and kept running. My second talent absorbed energy like a vacuum, which meant I'd have more power and faster growth, but the cost was staggering. With classes from morning to night, I had no time to make money. By 7:15 a.m., we finished our 5 kilometers. I dismissed the group, took a quick shower, and grabbed 3 meat buns from the cafeteria, bringing 4 for Yang Fan. We ate on the way to class. The morning sessions were standard subjects: Chinese, math, biology, and chemistry. I flipped through the textbooks. The content was almost identical to the high school curriculum from my past life. Math was actually easier here, and biology and chemistry only had minor differences. In my previous life, I was a top-tier student, the kind whose grades could get into any elite university. I wasn't afraid of a few culture classes. Instead of paying attention, I spent the morning in internal vision, observing my beast space. I realized that in the low-energy environment of the classroom, my trees automatically absorbed 1 particle every 5 minutes. If I focused my mind on them, they absorbed 1 particle per minute. If I actively cultivated, they took in 5 particles per minute. Basically, 5 hours of focused observation equaled 1 hour of hard meditation. I started planning. There's no such thing as a natural genius. Only people who work harder than everyone else. I decided to use all my culture class time for internal vision, maybe sneaking in 10 minutes of hard cultivation every hour. The only issue was the energy density in the classroom was low, making it less efficient than the meditation rooms or using stones. I also had to be careful not to drain my mental energy so much that I couldn't train at night. As for the teachers, the culture teachers were mostly ordinary people. If I ignored them, they usually just let it slide as long as I knew the material. During math class, the teacher tried to catch me off guard. "Li Tang, how do you solve this problem?" he asked, pointing at the board. I stood up, glanced at the problem for 5 seconds, and rattled off the answer. Draw an auxiliary line from point C to AD, then calculate the ratio. The answer is 3 times the square root of 3. I sat back down. I didn't need my eyes to follow the lecture. My ears worked just fine. The real problem would be the professional beast taming classes. Those teachers were beast tamers themselves, and they loved military-style discipline. Ms. Zhou was already known for getting physical, and I heard Mr. Zhao from Class 2 was just as bad. At lunch, Yang Fan stared at me while chewing on a chicken leg. "Li Tang, how long did you practice last night? You looked like you were sleeping in class, but then you solved that math problem instantly." "I didn't check the time," I said, shoveling rice into my mouth. "I just practiced until I collapsed." "But how did you solve that problem so fast?" he asked, genuinely confused. I looked at him and gave him a bit of a bluff. "Wait, you couldn't do it." Yang Fan fell into a deep, silent contemplation. I couldn't exactly tell him I was a genius from another world. Just then, I saw a familiar face in the distance. I stood up and waved toward the cafeteria entrance. "Wu Chong, there's a seat over here." Wu Chong heard me, but he didn't look thrilled. He shuffled over with his tray and sat down reluctantly. He had lost to me during the race, and since I was the monitor of Class 1 while he held the same position in Class 2, the rivalry was tense. We had gone to the same middle school, so he knew exactly who I was. I know, I said, breaking the ice. "So, Wu Chong, did you practice last night? How much of your origin stone did you burn through?" He poked at his food. "About 1/15 of it. I talked to some seniors. A low-grade origin stone usually lasts about half a month. Once you hit level 5, it only lasts maybe 10 days. I felt a mask of pain tighten over my face. Half a month? Mine had vanished in a single night. I tried to play it cool. "I see. So what do people do for the rest of the month when the stone runs out?" "The class monitors and professional course teachers have the authority to give out rewards," Wu Chong explained. "If your family is rich, they just buy more from the school. I heard in the big cities there are special shops that sell everything a beast tamer needs, even pet eggs. Being in a small city like this is a real disadvantage." While we talked, Yang Fan went back for seconds, then thirds. Under Wu Chang's bewildered gaze, Yang Fan shoved food into his mouth like he was trying to bury his trauma in rice. Finally, he slumped back in his chair, rubbing his bloated stomach. "He's in a bad mood," I whispered to Wu Chang. "He's turning his grief into an appetite." When the basic spirit beast biology class started, I was a transformed man. I ditched my morning sluggishness and sat bolt upright. My eyes were locked on the teacher, Fong Ping Ping, as she explained the common classifications of spirit beasts. I nodded along to every point. When she asked a question, my hand shot up so fast my butt practically left the seat. I looked so eager that it would have felt like a crime if she didn't call on me. Teacher Fong had been teaching for over a decade, and she looked at me with genuine surprise. A student this passionate about theory was rare. I could see her debating whether to give me a reward right then and there, but she decided to wait. I didn't care. Life is a play, and I was going for the Oscar. As soon as the bell rang, I rushed to the podium. "Teacher Fong, that was incredible. You made such complex concepts so easy to understand." She looked at me like an elder looking at a prized disciple. "Of course, Li Tang. What's on your mind? For a level 1 trainee with high talent, which spirit beast species is the most common?" She hummed thoughtfully. "That's a bit of a trick question. Usually, the higher the talent grade, the rarer the beast. But in terms of sheer numbers, you're looking at insects, scavengers, canines, or felines. Take the moonlight wolf, for example. They are everywhere. A pack leader is usually grade 3, while the rest are grade 1 or 2. But if a moonlight wolf evolves into a grade 5 eclipse mad wolf, it leaves the pack to hunt alone." She paused, looking at me intently. "The weak huddle together. The strong always walk alone." "That's deep, teacher," I flattered her instantly. Pure philosophy. But tell me, is evolution really that difficult? That's a second-year topic, but I'll give you a preview, she said, clearly enjoying my attention. Wild beasts only evolve if they find rare treasures or survive enough life-and-death battles. That's why you need to get into a top university. They have labs that have already mapped out the evolution paths for most species. I bowed slightly as she left. Thank you, teacher. I've learned so much today. She walked away glowing with satisfaction. She probably thought I was a polite, studious genius. She didn't know my insight talent was actually a B-rank skill disguised as an F-rank. Back at the desks, Yang Fan's jaw was on the floor. He remembered the old Li Tang, the troublemaker, the C student, who only did just enough to get by. Brother, he muttered, you've changed. You're a total suck-up now. Our vice monitor, Qin Rue, curled his lip in disgust. Brown noser, he hissed. Meanwhile, Yun Ziwan stared at my back, her eyes filled with a new kind of determination. Then, she blushed, looked away, and buried her face in her arms on the desk. Later that day, in the teacher's office, Ms. Zhou listened to 3 different instructors rave about me. She curled her lip. She knew I was the monitor, so she couldn't exactly trash-talk me, but she remembered the real Li Tang. The kid who whistled at her on the first day of school. The kid who led a strike during military training to demand more breaks. The kid who organized a dance-off between classes instead of practicing. She had beaten him twice to get him to behave. He must want something, she thought. But I already had 3 origin stones. That should have been plenty. Just then, Sun Mingyuan, the energy room instructor, walked over and pulled up a chair. Ms. Zhou, we need to talk about Li Tang. When he trains, he absorbs energy 10 times faster than the other students. Yesterday, the ambient energy in the room couldn't even keep up with him. I had to swap in a mid-grade origin stone just for his station. Ms. Zhou froze. 10 times? That's impossible. I thought so too, Sun Mingyuan said. We can detect the rank of a talent, but only the tamer knows the specific hidden effects of that talent. High aptitude is a good thing, though. You're a top graduate. You know how rare this is. Ms. Zhou cut him off. I was just a student. Geniuses are a dime a dozen. Only the ones who grow up are truly strong. I'll keep an eye on him. At 6 p.m., all 85 students gathered in the energy room. Settle in, Sun Mingyuan commanded. Sink your consciousness into your beast space. We'll train for 1 hour, then I'll start the lecture. I closed my eyes. The energy room was a godsend. In class, I could only scrap together 20 energy particles at a time. Here, there were hundreds. After an hour, the second leaf on my beast tree had grown to match the first. Tiny, shimmering droplets of liquid began to form on the surface of the leaves, growing heavy until they hung like ripe fruit. This must be primal power, I thought. I counted them. I had 22 droplets. But I had no idea how to use them yet. All right, everyone stop, Sun Mingyuan's voice echoed through the room. By now, some of you should have condensed primal power, the water droplets on your tree. I opened my eyes. That is the concentrated essence of the energy you've absorbed, he explained. Under normal circumstances, 1 leaf produces 1 drop per day. If you're level 2, you have 2 leaves, so you get 2 drops. He paused, his eyes drifting toward me with a strange, knowing look. Take Li Tang, for example. Sun Mingyuan continued, his voice steady. As a level 2 beast tamer, he should have 2 drops today. But that's not a hard rule. Everyone is different. He began to pace, explaining the mechanics of our power. I listened intently. He had mentioned the functions of primal power yesterday, but today was about the how. First, using it to upgrade your beast space is relatively simple, he said. You just use your consciousness to break the primal power down and disperse it into the space. The beast space will absorb it on its own. He raised a finger in warning. But be careful. Just like cultivation ranks, the beast space has bottlenecks. If your space stops absorbing the energy, don't force it. Instead, shift the primal power from your space to your heart. Let it melt into your blood. I leaned forward. This was new. Most of you are still at the mortal rank, so you don't need to strengthen your bodies yet, Sun Mingyuan explained. But if you hit a bottleneck during an upgrade, use the heart-blood method. Don't try anything fancy. Specific body tempering comes later in your cultivation manuals, after you've contracted a spirit beast. If you overdo it, and end up in the school infirmary. You're only wasting your own time. He scanned the room. You can also use primal power to trigger active beast talents. However, I don't recommend wasting resources right now. Leveling up is the foundation of everything. His gaze lingered on a few students, though I couldn't tell who he was targeting. If you have a growth-type active talent, use your own judgment on whether to spend your primal power there. All right, back to work. Use your power to strengthen your spaces. I looked inward at the 22 shimmering droplets in my space and fell into a deep silence. A voice echoed in my head, the voice of a winner. I had never fought a battle with this much wealth in my pocket. My second talent wasn't just a gift, it was a literal cheat code. I really was the man destined to become the king of beast tamers. I decided to test it. I guided the first drop and merged it into my beast space. The space trembled slightly. Then nothing. I tried a second drop, then a third. Still, just a light vibration. My dream of jumping 2 levels in 2 days shattered instantly. As I absorbed the energy, I noticed something else. My second talent's beast slots were also drinking up the primal power. Each slot seemed to demand about 1/10 of what the beast space took. It hit me. My upgrade requirements were nearly double everyone else's. I sighed. My cultivation speed was supposed to be 10 times faster than a normal person's. Now it was only 5 times. I guess I'd just have to work harder. During the final Q&A session, a student raised his hand. Teacher's son, Li Tang leveled up before even having a cultivation technique. Can our beast space absorb raw energy directly? And isn't it inefficient to convert energy into primal power just to upgrade the space? Sun Mingyuan nodded, looking impressed. Good question. Your beast space can absorb raw energy automatically, even if you don't meditate. But it's slow. Raw energy is full of impurities. You might think the tree of beast mastery is a waste of energy, but the tree and the space are one. The tree filters the raw energy, producing primal power, a much purer, higher-grade energy. Plus, your primal power carries your unique signature. It's tailor-made for you and your beasts. I raised my hand. Teacher, is there such a thing as signature-less primal power? Yes, Sun Mingyuan said. Legend says certain rare spirit beasts or unique talents can produce it. But it's incredibly rare. After all, that's energy you can use to level up other people. When the class ended, I lingered behind. Once the room cleared, I crept up to Sun Mingyuan. Teacher's son, can I sleep in the energy room tonight? Get out, he barked. I headed back to the dorm. They say the bond between brothers is higher than the sky and wider than the earth. I looked at the 2 droplets sitting on the last leaf of my tree and decided to run an experiment. My subject? My good friend, Yang Fan. Yang Fan was currently busy stuffing his face with an egg pancake. I focused my mind and whispered, "Insight." My eyes flickered with a faint light. A screen of data appeared over him. Yang Fan. Age, 16. Rank, Mortal Level 1. Talent, Enhanced Digestion. Beasts, 0. Height, 186 centimeters. I blinked. When I looked at Ms. Zhou earlier, I saw her measurements. Why did I only see Yang Fan's height? I made a mental note. The last data column was random. Also, he'd grown taller again. 186 centimeters? The guy was a giant. The insight cost me about 1/5 of a drop of primal power. Unlike Ms. Zhou, Yang Fan didn't notice a thing. He finished his pancake, licked the crumbs off his fingers, and looked around for water. He caught me staring. Tang, what's up? You're looking at me like I'm a ghost. Brother, I said seriously. Did your seed sprout today? Just now, he admitted, looking a bit discouraged. My cultivation has been slow lately. I'm starting to doubt myself. Don't, I told him. Your talent is a percentage-based buff. It'll be terrifyingly strong in the late game. But I think you're being too limited. You're only eating food. Yang Fan paused. What else am I supposed to eat? How about you try a raw stone? His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Look, I'm not sure, I added quickly. But teachers say we have to develop our own talents. It might be a bad idea, but do you want to try? Yang Fan gritted his teeth. I'll try it. Just a little bit. We got to work. Yang Fan pulled out a low-grade raw stone. We used the leg of a heavy table to smash it into pieces, then ground the fragments into a fine powder. Yang Fan held the powder in one hand and a cup of water in the other. He took a deep breath, tossed the powder into his mouth, and washed it down. Meditate. Now, I urged. Try to trigger your talent to digest it. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. I watched him, my heart racing. If this went wrong, I'd just poison my best friend. Suddenly, Yang Fan's eyes snapped open. He let out a roar of joy and lunged at me, trying to give me a bear hug and a kiss. I barely managed to keep his head back with my hand. Talk. What happened? It worked, he gasped, letting me go. Part of the stone was absorbed through normal cultivation, but the rest? My talent digested it and fed it back to me. My first leaf just finished growing. I have primal power. I grinned. That means your efficiency is going to be way higher than everyone else's. You're a genius, Fan. This is our secret, Tang, he said, beaming. I won't tell anyone, and you don't either. Thank you. As I lay in bed later, I realized two things. First, insight was cheap and stealthy against people at my level or lower. Second, my second talent didn't just give me more slots. It was the key to evolving everything. The term S-rank wasn't enough to describe my talent. It was likely a unique, one-of-a-kind SSS rank. Not only could I form 10 Jade Beast trees to accelerate my cultivation, but the primal power I condensed was the incredibly rare, attribute-less type. I didn't know exactly how to use it yet, but the real kicker was what happened after contracting spirit beasts. I could force 3 beasts to fuse into one for a forced evolution. That was a god-tier skill any beast tamer would kill for. Tang, Yang Fan said, snapping me out of my thoughts. Are you short on raw stones? I know you use them fast. A little, I admitted. But it's fine. I'll figure something out at school. Wait here. Yang Fan ran to his room and came back with his wallet. He pulled out 5,000 yuan and shoved it into my hand. Take it, he said. I frowned and tried to push it back, but he held firm. I know giving money is tacky. Brothers shouldn't talk about money. But you treated me like a brother and helped me figure out my talent. Just take it. We grew up in the same neighborhood. We were the same age and shared the same stupid sense of humor. Even after he moved away, we stayed close. He was the only person I truly trusted. You know my old man, Yang Fan continued, his voice dropping. He left his government job to start a business, but he's not a beast tamer. He can't grow the company on his own. He has to put the business under a rank 3 tamer's name and give away most of the profits every year. When I awakened my talent the other day, he got dead drunk out of happiness. The next morning, he gave me a bank card. He said he knows money can't solve every problem for a tamer, but money is all he has to give me. He looked me in the eye. I know I'm not a genius. I'll probably just end up in a mediocre university. But you? Ever since you awakened, you've changed. You're going to go far. What you did for me today, I won't forget it. I'd take a blade for you, Tang. This money is nothing. Please. His words hit me hard. In my past life, I was an orphan. I learned to keep everyone at a distance, even after merging with the memories of this worldly Tang. I had always kept a small part of myself guarded, even from Yang Fan. But hearing him pour his heart out made me realize I had a brother for life. How much did your dad actually give you? I asked, trying to lighten the mood. 1,000,000, he grinned. Wait, you brat. Your dad told you to give me 5,000, and you're just now handing it over? He laughed. My bad, brother. I didn't hold back anymore. I put the money in my pocket. Fine. I'm burning through stones like crazy anyway. I'll pay you back when I'm rich. That night, I cultivated until 1 in the morning. My mind couldn't take any more, and I had already drained more than half of a new raw stone. I fell asleep clutching the fragment, my eyes moist with exhaustion. If I was absorbing it, it wasn't a waste. I drifted off into a dreamless sleep. A month passed in a flash. I became the ultimate grind king of the academy. When I woke up that first morning, the stone in my hand hadn't shrunk much. I had reached level 2, but my body felt like a parched desert, desperate for more energy. I didn't overthink it. I just headed out for morning drills. High school life was a blur of discipline and sweat. By the night before our first monthly 2-day break, I finally broke through to level 5. My beast space had expanded to over 100 cubic meters. Inside, 11 jade beast trees stood tall, each sporting 5 vibrant emerald leaves. I hadn't hit any bottlenecks yet. I even experimented with using primal power to temper my physical body. When I fused the energy into my heart, and let it pump through my blood. The rush was so intense I shivered. The results were undeniable. I didn't get winded during morning runs anymore. My stance training lasted longer, and I could take a hit without flinching. I played it safe, though, only using 1 drop of energy per week. The rest of the class was moving too. All 85 students had reached at least level 2. The girl who was the class monitor for class 1 had hit level for a few days ago. Her talent was energy affinity, a top-tier trait that boosted her cultivation and helped her manipulate energy in battle. 33 other students had reached level 3, with class 1 holding a massive lead. I was struggling to keep up with the resource demand. I ended up borrowing another 30,000 from Yongfan. He didn't even blink before handing it over. With that cash, I nervously approached Ms. Zhou to buy 3 low-grade raw stones. I expected a lecture, but she just grabbed the money, tossed me the stones, and told me to get lost. I was burning through money like water. Between my class monitor allowance and my level-up rewards, I had used 10 stones in a single month. Now, I was down to just 1 stone from a class quiz and 1 pending reward for hitting level 5. My rapid progress made me the center of attention. People were already curious why I kept my eyes closed during morning lectures. I had told Yongfan that meditating on the beast space, while not as good as full cultivation, still sped up the process. So, every morning, Yongfan would swallow a bit of stone powder and close his eyes right next to me. Soon, the whole class caught on. When Yongfan hit level 3 and started bragging about our little secret, the rumors flew. Everyone assumed that meditating during class was the key. The next morning, when the history teacher walked in, the room was eerily silent. Every single student had their eyes shut, meditating. No whispering, no sleeping, no eye contact. Just a lonely teacher talking to a room of statues. Some kids got so bold they ignored the teacher entirely when called on. The teachers were furious. They knew yelling wouldn't work, so they went to Ms. Zhou. She didn't punish us. Instead, she gave the teachers a better idea. The next day, the teacher walked in and announced a surprise pop quiz. Anyone who failed would have their raw stone allowance revoked. Zhou had already signed off on it. The classroom erupted in groans. I didn't care. I finished the entire test in 15 minutes and went right back to my meditation. I was going to grind until the very end. The other students watched me with pure envy as they struggled through their papers. A lot of people lost their stones that day, including Yongfan. That put an end to the meditation craze, and the classroom returned to normal. As the class monitor, I had to play the part. I told everyone that while meditation helped, they still needed to actually learn the material. But for me, the grind never stopped. I stood before my classmates, playing the part of the perfect leader. I told them they needed to follow my lead, not just in cultivation speed, but in mastering every subject. Deep down, I knew what they were thinking. Was I even human? I was the one grinding during culture classes and the one outshining everyone in specialized training. I was the ultimate involution king. Some students were furious because they couldn't keep up, while others didn't care about losing a single raw stone because they had millions sitting in the bank. The teachers, however, loved me. I was humble, hardworking, talented, and fast. What wasn't to love? Well, Sun Mingyuan didn't love it. In fact, he was starting to get annoyed. The reason was simple. I was a resource black hole. I consumed so much energy that Sun Mingyuan had to file 3 reports to the logistics department and explain himself to the principal twice. If I hadn't been leveling up so fast, he wouldn't have been able to justify the cost. On the last day before the break, Sun Mingyuan watched the class cultivate with a restless look. At 9:30, he checked his watch. He told those who lived far away they could head out early. The room emptied in a heartbeat. After a month at school, everyone was desperate to get home. By 10 o'clock, only Yongfan, Wu Chang, a few others, and I were still pushing. Sun Mingyuan finally snapped. His elegant face twisted slightly as he gritted his teeth. He told us we had done enough and ordered us to leave. The others saw his dark expression and bolted. I lingered at the back, feeling a bit awkward as I approached him. He asked if I was stuck on something. I shook my head and told him I had hit level 5. He froze. He sensed my aura and realized I wasn't joking. Without a word, he pulled a low-grade raw stone from his pocket and tossed it to me. I thanked him and ran out. Behind me, I knew he was questioning his own life. It took him 3 months to reach level 5. I had done it in 1. At the school gate, Yang Fan was waiting for me. As we walked, he asked if there was any point in lingering in the energy room every day when it clearly annoyed the teacher. I told him it was all about the math. 5 minutes in that high-density room was worth 25 minutes of normal meditation. Over a month, that added up to hours of extra progress. By the end of the year, we'd be 30 hours ahead of everyone else. I was calculating the gains like a merchant. Yang Fan thought about it and realized I was just finding a way to hoard school resources to save my own stones. Before he could argue, a luxury car pulled up. A middle-aged man stepped out. He was stocky with a sharp haircut and a professional smile that didn't quite match his cold, calculating eyes. It was Yang Fan's father, Yang Weidong. He looked at his son with genuine pride, trying to hug him before realizing Yang Fan was now half a head taller. He settled for a firm pat on the shoulder. Then he turned to me. He remembered me from our middle school days when we were both troublemakers. He told us to work hard and get out of this small city. He ushered us into the back seat, offering to drop me off at my complex. By the time we reached my home, Yang Fan hadn't even finished bragging about hitting level 3. I hopped out, and Yang Weidong told me to give his best to my father. I pulled out my keys, but the door swung open before I could touch the lock. My mother, Wang Na, was beaming. She told me my younger sister, Li Yuan, had gone down to look for me. She dragged me inside, shouting for my dad to call Yuan back. My mom fussed over me, saying I looked thin and tired. She had saved plenty of food, even though the rest of the family had already eaten. My father, Li Shanpao, came out of the bedroom with his phone. I sat at the table, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the warmth. I told them not to worry. As a beast tamer student, the school fed us high-quality meat and herbs. It was nutritious, though it tasted nowhere near as good as Mom's cooking. I mentioned that Yang Fan's dad had dropped me off and wanted to grab drinks with Dad soon. My dad was surprised. He hadn't talked to old Yang in a while. He noted how Yang had quit his stable job to start a business and was clearly making it big now. Just then, the front door burst open. Li Yuan stormed in, her voice ringing through the house. She complained that she had almost walked all the way to my school. She mentioned seeing a lot of patrol cars outside and said an officer had told her to get inside and stop wandering. My dad's expression changed. Being part of the patrol team himself, he knew that wasn't normal. He slipped back into the room to make a call. Yuan immediately crowded me, asking what level I was and if I had a spirit beast yet. I squeezed her cheek and laughed, telling her I was only level 5. You need to be level 10 to form a contract. She slapped my hand away with a look of pure disgust. She called me weak. I defended myself, telling her I was the class monitor and the top student in the grade. She didn't buy it for a second. She called me a liar and told me I was probably at the bottom of the class. My mom finally stepped in, telling her to show her brother some respect. My dad, Li Shanpao, walked out of the bedroom a moment later. He looked tense. He explained that a fugitive was on the loose in our city. The guy was a beast tamer, but apparently, he wasn't incredibly strong. Still, my dad warned me and Yuan not to go out for the next couple of days, especially at night. He turned to my mom, Wang Na, and told her he'd have to cancel their plans because he'd be working overtime for the next few days. Mom just nodded, telling him to be careful. She glanced at the clock and told us all to get to bed. She gave Yuan a pointed look, warning her not to stay up late playing on her phone or she'd never grow tall. After I finished my cultivation for the night, I collapsed onto my bed. My room at home was smaller than the one at school, and the bed wasn't nearly as soft, but it felt inexplicably warm. It was comfortable and safe. This was the feeling of home. Before I transmigrated, I used to hear people complain about their families, but most of the time, that was just an excuse for the weak. Some people despised the very things that others dreamed of having. I looked at the ceiling and made a silent vow. I would protect my parents, my sister, and this home. I would protect everything. Saturday morning arrived. My dad was at work and my mom was off on her single rest day. I was sitting in the living room when Yuan started pestering me. It was 9 in the morning and she wanted me to take her shopping. I asked if she'd finished her homework. She told me we'd only be out for a little bit so she could buy some sneakers. I asked about the homework again. She complained that it was only Saturday and she had all of Sunday. I didn't budge. I asked a third time. She couldn't go alone because she didn't have enough money. She was afraid of bad people, and she knew I'd tattle on her. Finally, at 2 in the afternoon, she slammed her notebook down in front of me. I wasn't even annoyed. I opened it and started checking. She had 4 wrong answers in math. I pointed to a blank problem at the end, drew a few auxiliary lines to help her visualize it, and told her to try again. I also noticed she'd misspelled her own name and written my dad's catchphrase master as my shampoo. By 3 o'clock, we finally made it out the door. On the bus, I gave her a strict deadline. We had to be back by 5:30. I told her she'd probably get a beating regardless of when we got home, but if she was on time, it would be lighter. She asked why she was definitely getting hit. I told her it was obvious. Unless she planned on not buying the shoes, there was no way she could hide a new pair from Mom. She groaned and told me I'd changed. I used to be the one dragging her out to play, but now I was obsessed with her homework. I just laughed and told her it was because I'd grown up while she was still a brat. She pinched my waist in retaliation. We headed to the Hayo Yunlai department store, the biggest commercial complex in Heian City. Yuan told me she'd been eyeing a pair of 722 brand sneakers that cost about 400 yuan. She'd saved up 150 and wanted me to cover the rest. I frowned. Our family wasn't rich, but we weren't that desperate. I asked if Mom had refused to buy them. Yuan admitted that Mom had bought her a gray pair last month, but they were uncomfortable and her classmates teased her for looking country. I teased her, pretending to turn around and go home since Mom hadn't approved. She panicked, begging me not to leave. I laughed and told her the truth. The school gave me a monthly subsidy now. I told her I'd buy her a really good pair and maybe a dress too. I had 5,000 yuan left over from the money I'd taken from Yang Fan. A pair of shoes was nothing. We spent an hour browsing. I watched her linger over a pair of double-hook brand sneakers before reluctantly putting them back to go look for the cheaper 722s. I stopped her. I called the clerk over and told them to wrap up the double hooks. Yuan gasped, noting they cost 1,200 yuan. I told her only the best for my sister's short legs. She rolled her eyes, but she was beaming as I paid. We headed toward the exit, passing a fried chicken shop on the first floor. The smell was incredible. We decided to hop in the long line to grab some to go. Suddenly, I felt a ripple in the air, a fluctuation of yuan qi. The energy particles around me spiked. The source passed right behind me. I turned my head and saw a man in a gray windbreaker walking briskly, his backpack worn on his chest. I whispered insight in my mind. Name, Yanhua. Age, 26. Level, Rank 2, Level 9. Talent, Weapon System, Reinforcement. Spirit Beasts, 2. Identity, Member of the Tiani Sect. Fugitive. I immediately looked away, my heart hammering against my ribs. I asked Yuan if she wanted anything else, trying to act natural. My luck was insane. A Rank 2 beast tamer was right here. Yanhua seemed to sense someone watching him. He spun around, scanning the crowd. Everyone looked normal. People laughing, shopping, and waiting for chicken. He used his mental perception to sweep the area. He zeroed in on me. He realized I was a level 5 beast tamer. He wondered if I was the one staring. Then he figured the energy from the spirit beast egg in his bag must have leaked and caught my attention. He decided not to cause trouble and hurried toward the exit. I saw him leave out of the corner of my eye and finally breathed. I couldn't let this chance go. I pulled out my phone and called my dad. I whispered that I'd found the fugitive, Yanhua, at the mall. He was heading out of Gate 4, toward Jinbei Road. A different voice came through the line. It was Captain Wang. My dad was in the background, screaming that I was still just a kid and shouldn't be involved. Captain Wang ignored him and asked if I was sure it was Yanhua. I confirmed it. He told me to keep a safe distance of at least 30 meters and follow him. He promised they'd be there in 5 minutes and that there would be a reward of at least 300,000 yuan. I told Yuan to stay put. She'd heard everything and was terrified. She wanted to go home. I told her to wait right there and that I'd just watch him from a distance. I took off after Yanhua. My dad's voice was still roaring through the phone, threatening to report Captain Wang to the director for putting me in danger. Can you still see him? Captain Wang asked. Yes, I replied. He's 60 meters ahead. He's leaving the mall. I sped up as I walked out the doors. Yanhua turned south on Jinbei Road. A minute later, he ducked into the Yunshi office building. I stopped at the entrance, knowing it was too dangerous to follow him into a confined space. I told the captain I was staying outside. He told me he understood and that they would be there in 20 seconds. Check if he's going upstairs or to the parking garage. Captain Wang's voice barked through the phone. I could hear my dad, Li Shanpao, roaring in the background. He was furious. Split up, Captain Wang commanded. Team 1, follow old Zhou and seal the garage entrances. Search every inch. Team 2, follow me through the main entrance of the Yunshi building. I waited, counting exactly 20 seconds. Then, I stepped cautiously into the lobby. I scanned the elevator bank. 6 elevators in total. 2 were moving. Elevator 1 had already stopped on the first floor. Elevator 4 was passing the 10th floor, still climbing. Your job is done, a voice said. A dozen fully armed patrol officers charged past me, shields raised. They swarmed the elevators and stairs while others began evacuating the lobby. A man in his 20s with a cold, arrogant expression walked in. He waved at me while hanging up his phone. This was Wang Duyue. He tossed the phone to my dad, who followed close behind. My dad was in full uniform, a gun holstered at his hip. His face was as hard as stone. Elevator 4 just hit the 33rd floor. The roof, Wang Duyue noted, staring at the display. He started barking orders. Shut down all elevators except number 3. Team 1, take the stairs. If you see a person or a spirit beast, shoot to kill. Team 2, coming with me in the elevator. The rest of you stay here with Captain Li and guard the lobby. Don't worry about the garage. Old Zhou has it covered. This guy has wasted enough of our time. The officers moved with lethal efficiency. My dad's team took their positions around the remaining elevator, weapons ready. As the perimeter was set, my dad's eyes shifted to me. I was still standing there, frozen. Li Tang, what are you still doing here? He bellowed. I'll deal with you when I get home. Now get the hell out of here. I flinched. I didn't wait for a second warning. I bolted out of the building and didn't stop until I reached the mall to find Li Yuan. I figured Wang Duyue must be a high-level beast tamer, likely at least the same rank as my teacher, Ms. Zhou. Old Zhou in the garage was probably just as strong. My dad was safe enough guarding the lobby. I found Yuan huddling near a fried chicken stand. She was sobbing, stuffing a chicken leg into her mouth while tears streamed down her face. People were staring, but nobody dared approach the girl aggressively eating through a breakdown. I felt a mix of pity and amusement. Hey, little fatty, I said, walking up to her. Why the face? I'm fine. She jumped up, clutching her new sneakers in one hand and a half-eaten drumstick in the other. I thought you were dead. You said you were just giving them a tip. Why didn't you stay away? I took the bags from her and handed her a tissue. Were you really that worried about me? Of course, she sniffled. I'm the one who dragged you out today. If something happened to you, Mom would kill me. I took her to the restroom to wash her face, and then we headed to the bus stop. She was happy about her shoes. I was happy because I'd just earned 300,000 yuan in a few minutes. Look, someone's in the sky, a bystander shouted. We all looked up. A figure was plummeting toward the earth, clinging to a large blue bird. They were falling fast. The bird's wings were spread wide, but it clearly couldn't handle the weight of a grown man. It was struggling just to slow the descent. I didn't hesitate. I focused my vision and triggered my insight ability. Species, soldier-winged sparrow. Level, rank 2, level 6. Talent, rank 2, level 4. Skill, metallic fortification, weapon armor. Status, heavily injured. A criminal's spirit beast. I knew instantly, it was Yanhua. Get inside. I grabbed Yuan and shoved her into a nearby sporting goods store. The bird and the man slammed into the pavement seconds later. The sparrow vanished into a streak of light, returning to Yanhua's body. He struggled to his feet, clutching a backpack to his chest and looking around frantically. He looked terrible. Half his face was so swollen his eye was shut, and his shirt was soaked in blood from a deep abdominal wound. He stumbled toward a parked car and tried the door. Locked. The driver inside saw the bloody man and panicked, hitting the central locks. Yanhua growled and smashed his fist into the side window. Crash, the glass spiderwebbed. Another punch and it shattered. He reached inside, grabbing the driver by the throat, trying to haul him out. But the seatbelt held the driver in place. Open the door, or I'll kill you. Yanhua screamed. The driver, shaking violently, hit the unlock button. Yanhua let go of the front door to lunge for the back. Thwack! Yanhua's head jerked sideways. His entire body folded, hitting the asphalt hard. It was me. I stood over him, my face a mask of terror and raw aggression. I was holding a baseball bat I'd just grabbed from the store. The wood was already stained with red. I couldn't stop. I couldn't give him a chance to summon another beast or pull a weapon. I stepped forward, raised the bat with both hands, and swung again. And again, Yanhua wasn't unconscious yet. He groaned, trying to crawl away. I was only level 5. I didn't have the strength of a high-ranked warrior, but he was already half dead. Every time I hit his head, he became more disoriented. He tried to shield his skull with one hand while clutching his bag with the other. I kept moving, circling him, finding the gaps in his defense. I swung at his ribs, his shoulders, his head. I knew if I stopped for even a second, he might kill me. Blood pooled on the street. The crowd had backed away, forming a wide circle of silence, broken only by the sickening thud of wood hitting flesh and my own ragged, heavy breathing. Back at the store entrance, Yuan stood frozen, her mouth agape. She had watched me run into the shop, throw a wad of cash at the clerk, grab the bat, and sprint out. She'd watched me sneak up on Yanhua's blind side while he was distracted by the driver. From her perspective, she just saw my silhouette, the bat rising and falling with rhythmic, brutal force. To her, it looked like I was committing a murder. Suddenly, a hand caught the bat mid-swing. "Stop. Any more, and he's dead," a voice said. I spun around, chest heaving. It was Wang Duyue. The adrenaline drained out of me instantly. My legs turned to jelly, and I collapsed onto the pavement. I saw the blood flowing toward my shoes and felt a wave of nausea, scuttling backward to get away from the mess. "Good kid," another voice said. A young officer walked up, looking at the carnage with a grim smile. "You've got some nerve. Old Wang, we definitely can't lowball him on the reward this time." The man in the tracksuit looked familiar. I realized he was the son of Captain Lee and a student at the first middle school's beast-taming class. His name was Wang Duyue. He flipped the unconscious Yanhua over and unzipped the backpack, revealing the stolen spirit beast eggs inside. The loot was all there. Wang Duyue pulled the bag away, set it aside, and snapped handcuffs onto Yanhua's wrists and neck. He looked at me and smiled. He told me I'd done him and old Joe a huge favor. There was a 50,000 yuan reward and a commendation coming my way, which would be sent to my school on Monday. I thanked him, but my eyes drifted to Captain Zhou, who was standing off to the side. He stayed silent, his eyes shifting nervously. It felt strange, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. The patrol team's car arrived, and several officers hauled Yanhua away. I kept my head down, trying to shrink into the crowd and disappear before anyone else noticed me. But then, a voice like grinding gears roared in my ear. It was my father, Li Shampao. He demanded to know why I was still there. I didn't wait to answer. I bolted back into the sports equipment store. I reached out and physically closed Yuan's gaping mouth. Then, I set the bloodstained baseball bat on the counter. I asked the owner if I could get a refund under the 7-day no-questions-asked policy. The bat was dented and deformed. I claimed it was a quality issue. The owner didn't blink. He handed back the cash I'd thrown at him earlier and gave me a massive thumbs up. He called me a brave kid and told me I did great. Later that evening, the hero's welcome I expected was actually a mixed doubles beating from my parents. The atmosphere in our living room was heavy. My father was chasing me around with a feather duster while my mother, Wang Na, leaned against the wall catching her breath, a slipper gripped in her hand. I tried to explain. I told him I was fine. I told him I only moved once I knew there was no danger. Every excuse was met with another loud smack of the duster. Yuan was sobbing nearby, trying to help. She told Dad that if I hadn't stepped in, the fugitive might have attacked him instead. My dad paused, sighing deeply. The duster stopped midair. Then, suddenly, another smack landed. I yelped, asking why he hit me again since he'd stopped. But it wasn't him. My mother had lunged forward and smacked Yuan across the backside with her slipper. She blamed the whole thing on Yuan wanting new shoes. She was shaking with anger, telling us that if anything had happened to either of us, she and Dad wouldn't be able to go on living. By 10:30 that night, I finally dragged my aching body back to my room. I sighed, but a smile spread across my face. Even though I'd been beaten, feeling that level of concern from them felt good. I sat cross-legged on my bed and finished my meditation for the day. The whole mess started because we'd gotten home late. When we walked in with new shoes and fried chicken, my mom lost it. She'd chased us with her slipper, mostly targeting Yuan for being spoiled. At first, it was just a typical scolding. We tried to hide what had actually happened at the mall. During dinner, Mom noticed red spots on my shirt. I lied and said it was tomato juice from the chicken. We thought we were in the clear after a 90-minute lecture on wandering off. Then the door creaked open. My dad walked in. The moment he saw me, he didn't even change his shoes. He grabbed the feather duster and went for me. He'd told Mom the truth about the fugitive. She exploded. Dad chased me. Mom chased Yuan. It was a perfectly balanced family execution. Sunday was quiet. We spent the day working extra hard around the house to get back on Mom's good side. By dinner, she was fine, but Dad's face was still dark. When it was time for me to head back to school, I gave Yuan a look that said, "Good luck surviving alone," and headed for the door. Dad stopped me. He pulled out a bank card containing 150,000 yuan. He told me it wasn't much, but I should take it. He and Mom had more in fixed deposits that they'd give me once they matured. I tried to refuse, saying the school provided subsidies. He wouldn't hear it. He'd spoken to Uncle Yang, who told him the school's free resources weren't enough for serious cultivation. He wanted me to have the best chance to get into a top university. I told him I was the class monitor and had the 50,000 yuan reward coming. His face darkened again. He told me that reward was mine, but this money was from my parents. I took the card. It felt heavy with the weight of their love. My eyes stung. I promised him I'd work hard and get into the best school possible. He just told me to get lost and get to class. Monday morning, during my Chinese literature lesson, Ms. Zhou suddenly appeared at the door. She called me out. She looked at me with a smirk, noting that my weekend had been quite eventful. A commendation letter had reached the school, and the patrol team was there to see me. I played it cool, saying it was just an accident and that as her student, I had to act against criminals. She actually praised me, though she tried to hide it behind her usual cold exterior. In the principal's office, Principal Wei was chatting with 3 guests. When we walked in, he stood up with a beaming smile and called me a little hero. I played the humble student, thanking the school and my teachers. The principal's smile grew even wider. A middle-aged man, the head of the City Patrol Bureau, stood up. He officially recognized my bravery for providing clues and assisting in the capture of a fugitive on October 11th. He handed me a certificate of merit and a bank card for 500,000 yuan. I took them with both hands. Principal Wei introduced the guests, Director Chun, Captain Wang Diyue, and a specialist named Zhou Shudan who had come to assist. Director Chun praised me, mentioning he knew my father. But then, a voice broke the formal atmosphere. "Sister." I looked over, confused. Zhou Shudan was looking at Ms. Zhou with a cautious, awkward expression. Ms. Zhou frowned at him, asking what he was doing in Heian City. He explained he was on a mission from his university. Ms. Zhou turned to the confused room and explained that this was her younger brother, a student at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Principal Wei laughed at the coincidence and invited everyone to lunch, noting it was a good chance for the siblings to catch up. The group started chatting about the upcoming admissions policies for Jiangnan. Ms. Zhou didn't even glance at me. I got the hint. It was time to get lost. I stood up, bowed slightly to the leaders, the principal, and Ms. Zhou, and told them I should get back to class. Director Chun waved at me with a smile, telling the little hero to keep working hard so he could hear the good news of my admission to a top university. As I walked away, a thought crossed my mind. This was my commendation ceremony, right? Yet here they were, heading off to a fancy lunch while I was heading back to the cafeteria to eat 2 bowls of plain rice. I needed the energy. Combat training was scheduled for the afternoon. During training, while the other students were practicing, Ms. Zhou called me over. She wanted the full story of my heroic deed. I thought it was a bit strange, but I didn't dare ask why. I recounted every detail. She listened intently, confirming that I provided the clues, caught the guy, and even secured a beast egg. I mentioned what Captain Wang Diyue had said at lunch. He claimed he ran into resistance from 4 guys on the top floor, which slowed him down and allowed the fugitive to smash the glass and jump. Ms. Zhou waved me off, telling me she understood the situation. She told me to go back to my stance training and wait for her news tomorrow. When I asked what kind of news, she just snapped at me to get out. The next morning at 6:30, the class was ready to run. Ms. Zhou walked up to the back of the line and changed the plan. She put Qin Rue in charge of the run and told me to follow her to the office. She also bumped our run to 8 kilometers and increased our stance training to 45 minutes. The class groaned, but I just nodded. 5 kilometers was starting to feel too easy anyway. Inside her office, Ms. Zhou poured some tea. She explained that the government reward for clues was usually between 100 and 300,000 yuan, plus another 500,000 for the capture. I had already received the 500,000 from the patrol bureau, which was fine. But then she looked at me pointedly. "You're a beast tamer," she said. "The rule is that combat spoils belong to the individual unless it's a collective operation. That fugitive had a beast egg. Given your contribution, taking half its value is only fair." She told me she had called her brother, Zhou Shudan, the day before. He had tried to brush it off, saying I wasn't a real beast tamer yet since I hadn't awakened. He tried to shift the responsibility to Captain Wang. So, Ms. Zhou went down to the patrol bureau herself to reason with the captain. Apparently, she was very persuasive. The fugitive's stolen goods were worth about 1.8 million yuan. She had forced them to agree to give me 800,000 of that. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. 800,000? Combined with my previous reward, that was 1.3 million yuan. I almost shouted, "Long live Ms. Zhou." She just looked annoyed by my excitement. I hesitated for a second. "But Ms. Zhou, if I take that much, doesn't your brother get less? You're choosing your student over your own family." She scoffed. "He's at a top university. He gets academic credits for this. His total haul is still more than yours. Besides, he didn't even do anything. He was just there for show. I'd be embarrassed to take the money if I were him. He's been in the city for 3 days and didn't even come to see me." I realized then that the lack of a visit was the real reason she was squeezing him. She asked me for the 3rd time if I wanted to convert the money into mid-grade or low-grade origin stones. She was losing her patience, looking at me like I was an idiot. I asked her what the difference was. She sighed, asking if I ever read a book. Mid-grade stones have 10 times the energy of low-grade ones. They're purer, and you absorb them faster. The school price was 150,000 each. Anywhere else, you couldn't find them for less than 180,000. The principal had given me a special quota for 10 mid-grade stones. I immediately pulled out my 2 bank cards. I had 650,000 on me, plus the 800,000 she just secured. That was 1.45 million. I was 50,000 short of the 1.5 million needed for 10 stones. I offered to go borrow the rest, but she just waved it off. She took my cards and told me she'd write a note to the principal. She tossed a small bag at me. It was the mid-grade stones. She remarked that I was actually quite rich, noting that she had only planned to take 1.3 million from me, but I had offered up 1.45 million myself. I walked out of the office feeling a bit of a sting from the extra money I spent, but I was mostly thrilled. I realized Ms. Zhou had played a high-level game. Captain Wang had likely hidden my contribution to give the credit to her brother, Zhou Shudan. Since Shudan was an outside specialist, he could keep the spoils without turning them in. Ms. Zhou knew this. By threatening to report the truth, she forced them to share the loot with me. It protected her brother from a scandal while getting me my fair share. In this world, justice is often just a byproduct of a good negotiation. Regardless, I was grateful. I had gone for a walk and come back with 1.3 million yuan. That fugitive was the best wealth god I'd ever met. That evening at 6, the atmosphere at the training grounds was heavy. Our 3 main teachers, Zhao Weiguo, Ms. Zhou, and Sun Mingyuan, were all standing at the front. The class was silent. Sun Mingyuan stepped forward with a grin. He announced that they were there to officially commend me for my bravery on October 11th. I stood tall, feeling the weight of the origin stones in my pocket and the eyes of my classmates on me. This was just the beginning. Sun Mingyuan stood before the class and cleared his throat. He announced that I had used my wisdom and courage to help the City Inspection Bureau capture a rank 2 beast tamer fugitive. He told everyone that I had prevented a serious threat to the lives and property of the citizens. Then, He led the class in a round of applause. The room erupted. Bravery is something that always earns respect, and my classmates didn't hold back. The boys from Class 2 were shouting that their class monitor was a legend, and I noticed a few girls looking at me with literal stars in their eyes. Sun Mingyuan pressed his hands down to quiet the room. He wasn't done. He announced that the school had decided to reward me with 10 low-grade origin stones for my noble behavior. He tossed a small bag at me, and I caught it with a grin. He told the class to look at me as a role model. He spoke about my heroic spirit, my selflessness, and my willingness to take responsibility. He reminded everyone that as beast tamers, they would face many difficult choices in the future. He wanted them to remember my courage, how I dared to draw my blade against a powerful enemy even when I was at my weakest. Back in the dorm, I didn't hold back. I saw the envy and admiration in Yang Fan's eyes, so I gave him a vivid performance. I described how I was as sharp as a needle, how I discovered the fugitive, and the psychological battle of which we fought. I told him how I stepped up at the crucial moment to take the criminal down. Yang Fan gasped at every twist in the story. I didn't lie about the events, but I definitely chose my focus. There was the official version from Captain Wang, and then there was the Li Tang version. I kept the reward from the inspection bureau a secret, though. It wasn't that I didn't trust Yang Fan, but I knew he couldn't keep a secret to save his life. If I told him about the money, the whole school would know by morning. Still, I figured if you achieve greatness and don't show off a little, it's like walking in the dark wearing silk robes. If you're a legend and you don't act like one, something is wrong with you. By 11 that night, the excitement had died down. I sat cross-legged on my bed and took stock of my resources. I had 10 mid-grade origin stones and 11.5 low-grade ones. My bank account was sitting at over 3 million yuan. This was enough. It was finally enough to push me to rank 1. Once I hit rank 1, I could finally contract a spirit beast. That was when my evergreen talent would truly show its power. From this moment on, everything else had to take a back seat to cultivation. I decided to test the speed of the mid-grade stones. After an hour, I was floored. Expensive things really have no flaws other than their price. The mid-grade stone pushed my cultivation speed to its absolute limit. My beast taming tree could now absorb 21 energy particles per minute. I estimated that once the 5th leaf fully grew, I'd hit 25. In the school's energy room, I could only manage 14 because the energy density couldn't keep up with me. The mid-grade stones were 50% faster than anything else I'd tried. It wasn't that the stones were hitting a limit. It was that my body literally couldn't absorb the energy any faster. Life in the academy was simple, disciplined, and exhausting. 3 months blurred past in a flash. While the regular students had gone home for the holidays a week ago, the beast taming class was just hitting finals. That afternoon, we had our combat final. All of Class 2 was practicing stake standing. We shifted positions constantly according to Ms. Zhou's commands. We had learned 4 different stances this semester, each focusing on something different. Ms. Zhou walked through the rows, kicking legs and poking shoulders to test our balance. When she got to me, she delivered a sharp kick right to my backside. I felt like my feet were rooted into the earth. My body leaned forward, but my feet didn't budge. I absorbed the force, redirected it, and reset my stance. She actually nodded. She told me it was not bad, and that I looked like I was growing roots. Most of my classmates weren't so lucky. One poke from her, and they'd stumble. Her strikes were surgical, targeting the exact center of gravity for each person. When she reached Yang Fan, she gave him a shove. He didn't move. Then she followed up with a kick, and he went rolling across the floor. She barked at him, asking what he had even learned this term. She had told him to be fluid and feel the power in his feet, not to try and fight her with brute force. Yang Fan didn't dare say a word. He just scrambled back into position. Next was the form routine for Long Fist. We each had to perform in front of her. When it was my turn, I saluted and launched into the 32 moves. I moved with power and momentum, my strikes whistling through the air. I finished with a flourish, but as I started to walk away, she called me back. She told me that while we hadn't done much sparring this term, many people had been slacking on their forms. She reminded us that Long Fist was the ancestor of 100 styles. It was basic, but in a real fight, it was deadly. She told a story about a master who once fought 30 people at once using only these moves. Then she looked at me and told me to attack her using the long fist techniques. I hesitated. I hadn't provoked her lately, so I wasn't sure why I was the target. I knew better than to just run through the moves like a robot. I rushed her, starting with the 21st move, a stable mid-level stance. I threw a punch, but she didn't even flinch. I followed up with a heart-piercing strike, using my lead hand to guard and my trailing hand to punch for her chest. She moved like a ghost. She blocked my high line, parried my chest strike, and stepped deep into my guard. I tried to shift my weight to pivot around her, but I was a split second too slow. She swept my lead leg. My balance shattered. Before I could recover, she used a grappling move to lock my arm and elbow, then threw me hard onto the floor. I hit the ground with a thud. Suddenly, she blurred forward. She brought her foot down toward my head with a terrifying stomp. Boom. The entire floor vibrated. Her foot landed barely 10 centimeters from my skull. The force was so great, I felt my body bounce off the floor twice. I scrambled backward, trembling. If that had hit me, I'd be dead. I stammered out a question, asking if that last move was even part of Long Fist. She just shrugged and said it was a Tai Chi move. She told me my falling posture was just too perfect for it, so she used it. The nightmare exam finally ended. Ms. Zhou stood at the front, her voice cold. She told us that next semester would be all about actual combat. She warned us that if our stances and forms were still this pathetic, she would make us regret it. She reminded us that beast tamers who slack off end up with miserable lives. Then came the holiday schedule. We got 10 days for winter break. She added a final sting. We'd only get 10 days for summer break, too. In this world, we had to fight for every second. Don't think about resting. Becoming a beast tamer means you've signed up to train until the day you die. My classmates wailed in despair, but the reality was cold. The combat exam was officially over, marking the end of the semester. I already knew my results for the written exams. My teacher, Fong Pingping, had told me early. I scored near-perfect marks, securing the top spot in the entire grade for both general and professional studies. Why did I care so much about the results? It wasn't just for the reward of 5 low-grade source stones. I wanted to find my weak points. As someone who loves knowledge, I couldn't tolerate not mastering a subject. When I explained this to Teacher Fong, her eyes practically sparkled with admiration. The meditation exam was even simpler. The grade was tied directly to your cultivation level. I sat at level 8, towering over the rest of the grade. The next best student was only at level 6, and most were stuck at 4 or 5. It was a lonely feeling being at the top. Winter break arrived, but it didn't feel like a vacation. In this world, the combined summer and winter breaks only totaled 20 days. I thought being at school was tough, but being home was worse. New Year's Eve was only 3 days away, and somehow, the entire burden of spring cleaning and buying supplies fell on my shoulders. I looked at my younger sister, Li Yuan, who had been on break for a week already. I grabbed her face, pinching her cheeks until she squirmed. I asked her why she hadn't done a single chore. She struggled out of my grip, insisting she'd been busy buying couplets, food, and new clothes. I knew better. She'd spent 6 days picking out outfits for herself. My mother, Wang Na, stepped out of the kitchen and ended our bickering. She told me Yuan actually did pick out something for me. Yuan ran to her room and brought out a new outfit. I tried it on and looked in the mirror. At 180 centimeters tall, I was wearing a long, bright red down jacket, blue jeans, and black and red sneakers. It was incredibly festive, so festive that my usual coolness was completely buried under the bright red fabric. My mom loved it. She said I always wore those drab black and white training uniforms at school and needed some color. She warned us that both she and my dad, Li Shanpao, had to work until New Year's Eve, so the house was in our hands. The next morning, my internal clock woke me up at 6:20 a.m. I went downstairs to practice my forms and stance training. After breakfast, I dragged Yuan out of bed. We had a heated discussion about who was in charge of the cleaning. Naturally, I used my superior strength to win the debate. I started barking orders. I told her to strip the beds, do the laundry, dust the ceilings, clean the windows, and scrub the bathroom. She gritted her teeth and asked what I was going to do. I told her I'd be the supervisor. She lunged at me, claws out. I laughed and told her I was joking. We worked together, scrubbing the house until the sun began to set. When we finally finished, Yuan collapsed on the sofa. I poked fun at her, telling her she needed to exercise because her legs were looking thick. She snapped back, saying she'd get her revenge once she awakened her beast-taming talent. I just smirked. If she hadn't awakened yet, she was looking at me like a frog looking at the moon. Even after she awakened, the gap between us would be like a mayfly looking at the sky. Curious, I decided to test my insight talent on her. A screen of information appeared in my vision. Her name was Li Yuan, 14 years old, level 0. Her talent was unawakened. Then I saw her weight, 52 kilograms. I teased her immediately, asking how she was so short but weighed over 100 pounds. She screamed, wondering how I knew her weight, and tried to tackle me again. That night, I retreated to my room to cultivate. During dinner, I had secretly used insight on my parents. The results were strange. My mom's talent was listed as none, but my dad's was unawakened. That didn't make sense. If you can awaken, it usually happens by age 16. Why was he still listed as unawakened at his age? I wondered if that meant Yuan might never awaken either. I couldn't figure it out, so I pushed the thought aside. I pulled a piece of medium-grade source stone from a hidden compartment in my nightstand. This was my 7th one, and it was almost spent. I was close to level 9. I closed my eyes and entered my beast-taming space. My 11 beast-taming trees were swaying, each holding 8 leaves that shimmered like water droplets. I guided the energy from the stone into the trees, feeling my power grow. On New Year's Eve, the house was full of life. My sister and I kept up our usual bickering while my dad sipped his wine and laughed with my mom. After dinner, we sat on the sofa watching the New Year's gala. It was a bit boring, so I practiced a meditative breathing technique while pretending to watch. When the celebrities my sister liked finally appeared on screen, my mom came out and handed us each a red envelope. We showered them with blessings for health and long life, making my mom laugh and my dad beam with pride. They reminded us that we'd be visiting my uncle's family tomorrow and my grandmother's the day after. My grandparents on my father's side had passed long ago, but my father's younger brother was always respectful. I had a cousin a year younger than me who was a top student, though we never really clicked. My maternal grandmother lived with my uncle, and every year, we'd all gather there to celebrate together. For a moment, the pressure of the academy felt miles away. My uncle had a daughter and a son. My older cousin was already working, but my younger cousin was much younger, still in elementary school. Then there were my 2 younger cousins from my aunt's side. One was the same age as my sister, Yuan, and the other was a year older. The 3 girls were inseparable. I caught Yuan chatting away with them several times throughout the night. The New Year's gala finally ended at 1 in the morning. I stood by my bedroom window, looking out at the city lights. Fireworks streaked across the sky, their muffled booms echoing in the distance. This was my first New Year since transmigrating. It was the first time I'd ever truly spent the holidays with a family. It was simple, quiet, and honestly, I felt happy. New Year's Day arrived in the heart of a brutal winter. I woke up early to exercise, my body steaming in the cold air. After a quick shower, I changed into new clothes and dragged Yuan along to give our parents our New Year's greetings. After breakfast, I plopped down on the sofa to send holiday texts to my teachers. I made sure to handwrite each message for my professional course instructors, expressing my sincere thanks. Fong Ping and the others replied warmly with their own handwritten texts. Sun Mingyuan was a bit colder. As for Ms. Zhou, she sent exactly 3 words, Happy New Year. I decided to call Yang Fan next. Comrade Yang Fan, Happy New Year. I can't believe you didn't call your class monitor first. Open the door, Li Tang. Yang Fan's voice crackled through the phone. I'm outside your house. You're here. I jumped up and swung the door open. Yang Fan stood there, his massive frame blocking the entire doorway. He was dressed in expensive new clothes and lugged several high-end gift boxes and bottles of premium wine. Li Tang, that downy jacket is looking sharp. Happy New Year. Why are you here on the first day of the year? I asked, stunned. My dad came with me. He's walking slow. He'll be up in a second. I was just about to knock when you called. A moment later, Yang Weidong appeared, huffing and puffing. My building didn't have an elevator, and clearly, He hadn't exercised in a while. Uncle Yang, Happy New Year. May your business prosper, I said, stepping aside. Quick, come in. I handed them slippers and shouted toward the back of the house. Mom, Dad, Uncle Yang and Yang Fan are here for a visit. My father, Li Shanpao, walked out of the living room while my mom, Wang Na, hurried from the kitchen. They both looked shocked. Old Yang, Happy New Year. What brings you here so early? And why all these heavy gifts? My dad was a simple man from the patrol squad. He didn't like beating around the bush. He motioned for them to sit and gave my mom a look to go make tea. So, what's the occasion? What? Captain Li, you're treating me like a stranger now. Yang Weidong teased. Just because I resigned doesn't mean I can't visit an old colleague. I welcome the visit, Boss Yang, but I can't accept these gifts. They're too expensive. Take them back when you leave. My dad wasn't budging. They aren't for you, Yang Weidong said, turning to me with a nod. I came to thank Xiaotang. I found out Yang Fan reached level 5 as a beast tamer. I didn't think much of it until a friend told me that his cultivation speed is top tier. I asked my son about it, and he admitted it was all thanks to Li Tang. Without him, he'd probably still be at level 4. Yang Fan rubbed his head, giving me a sheepish grin as he saw my face darken. Yang Weidong was a smooth operator, though. He caught my expression and immediately added, as for how he helped, Yang Fan said it was a secret, so I didn't pry. Oldly, you know how this works. Helping a beast tamer level up is a massive favor. A few extra levels could be the difference between a regular college and a beast taming academy. It changes a person's entire future. That's why I had to come thank him personally. Uncle Yang, you're being too polite, I said modestly. Yang Fan and I grew up together. Helping each other is just what friends do. I know you're a loyal kid, but nothing is just expected in this world, Yang Weidong said. Actually, I wanted to ask your opinion on something. You know the Beast Tamer's home in the provincial capital, right? I nodded. They're having a huge event for the new year, he continued. Word is they've got a lot of beast eggs and rare resources. I've cleared my schedule to take Yang Fan there. I wanted to see if you'd come along. If you're down, we leave now and come back by the 4th or 5th. I didn't answer immediately. I looked at my father. I'll cover everything, Yang Weidong added quickly. Food, lodging, the works. Don't argue with me on the money. If Li Tang finds something he needs, I can even lend him the funds within a certain limit. He can just pay me back later. If not, it's a good chance to see the world and learn how things work in the big city. My dad thought it over. Li Tang, go with Uncle Yang. Staying home is just eating and drinking anyway. But old Yang, you're staying for lunch. You can leave after we eat. The capital is only 4 hours away. Fine by me, Yang Weidong laughed. I brought a driver, so I can actually have a drink with you. I've missed your wife's cooking. While the adults talked, I pulled Yang Fan into my room. Have you thought about what you want for your first beast contract? He asked. Not yet, I admitted. I've studied the theory, but I haven't settled on anything. With my cultivation speed, the school will definitely provide me with an egg. You aren't level 9 already, are you? Yang Fan whispered. Not yet, but I'm close. My dad's eyes nearly popped out when he heard your level, Yang Fan said. How do you train so fast? My dad got me medium-grade source stones too, and I'm still way behind. I rolled my eyes. Keep your mouth shut, man. You can't even keep your own secrets. I couldn't help it. My dad can see right through my lies. But I didn't tell him the important stuff. So, you want to go to the capital? We're leaving today because his friend told him there might be a perfect egg waiting. At 11, my uncle's family arrived. They were stunned to see Boss Yang from the Yang group sitting in our living room. My uncle had assumed the visitors were there to beg my dad for a favor, but finding out he was a wealthy it changed the vibe of the room instantly. Lunch was surprisingly peaceful. Usually, my uncle and his wife spent the meal bragging about their son, Li Sun. Li Sun was the perfect child, polite, studious, and a top student, while I had always been the rebellious troublemaker used as a cautionary tale. But the tables had turned. I was a beast tamer now. Yang Fan didn't help matters by announcing to the table that I was currently ranked first in our grade. My uncle's family could only look at me with envy. I'm going to awaken my beast taming talent this year too, Li Sun declared, puffing out his chest. I used my talent to peek at his stats. Potential, 5. I raised my glass of juice to him. I hope you awaken a super powerful talent, cousin. I'm going to awaken one in a few years too. Yuan chirped. It'll be even better than yours, brother. I smiled at her. Good. I hope you do. I thought to myself, good luck competing with a transmigrator. A black luxury car sped down the highway, cutting through the wind. Yang Weidong was out cold in the passenger seat, snoring loudly. He'd promised to take it easy on the drinks at lunch, but my dad and his brother were seasoned drinkers. They'd clearly outmatched him. In the back seat, Yang Fan and I weren't chatting. We sat in silence, eyes closed, focusing on our internal energy. To make the most of the trip, we each held a raw spirit stone, absorbing its power to keep our cultivation speed up. By 6 p.m., we pulled into Nandu City, the provincial capital. This place was the heart of everything: politics, economy, and culture. It was home to the famous Southern Beast Taming University, the dream school for every aspiring tamer in the province. With a population of nearly 20 million, it made our hometown look like a tiny village. The car stopped in front of a 5-star hotel. We hopped out, and Yang Weidong led us inside to check in. He got us each our own room. Go upstairs and rest for a bit, he told us, sounding a bit more sober now. Then head to the 6th floor for the buffet. I have a meeting tonight, so I won't be joining you. Don't wander off. We meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow to head to the House of Beast Tamers. Once he left, Yang Fan and I headed to the 18th floor. My room was about 30 square meters, but the air felt different. The concentration of elemental energy was significantly higher than outside. This place was definitely designed specifically for beast tamers. I dropped my bag, grabbed Yang Fan from the room next door, and headed down to dinner. We used our key cards to enter the buffet, and the spread was incredible. There was food from everywhere, and the smells were mouth-watering. While my plate looked normal, Yang Fan's was piled like a mountain. We were served the Beast Tamer Special, which included limited portions of roasted monster meat and spirit mushrooms. Back home, I rarely saw other tamers outside of school. Here, I could sense at least 20 of them just in this one dining room. I heard the House of Beast Tamers has a dragon-blooded egg for the New Year auction. A young man at the next table whispered to his friends. I'm about to rank up. I have to get it. A dragon egg? That'll be the finale, his friend replied. We probably can't afford it. Let's go to the egg gamble instead and try to make some quick cash. I need a beast with at least grade 6 potential, or my progress will stall. I listened intently. I'd learned in class that dragon-blooded beasts had a minimum potential of grade 5, and pure bloods could reach grade 9. They were incredibly rare. As for egg gambling, I had no clue what that was. I looked at Yang Fan to see if he knew, but he was too busy shoveling food into his mouth. Ever since he realized his enhanced digestion talent was a late-game powerhouse, he'd become obsessed with eating. He'd discovered that eating helped recover his mental energy, allowing him to train longer every day. We finished, went to bed, and the night passed without a word. The next morning at 6:30 a.m., I dragged Yang Fan to the 4th floor gym. It wasn't like a normal gym. There were no weights, just open space, sandbags, and a few machines I didn't recognize. I found a quiet corner and started my stance training. After 45 minutes, I was reaching my limit. I began to wind down, relaxing my muscles. Not bad, kid. Your stance work is almost at the first stage. A voice spoke right next to me. I broke into a cold sweat. I hadn't sensed anyone nearby at all. I turned to see an old man in his 60s wearing a simple martial arts suit. He had white hair and a kind face, and he looked like he'd been practicing Tai Chi. I'm just here for my morning workout, he said, nodding at me. Didn't mean to scare you. Not at all, I said, immediately switching into my polite student mode. Happy New Year, Grandpa. Sorry for the poor showing. Which high school in Nandu are you from? He asked. I'm actually from Heian First High. I'm just visiting for the holiday. Heian First? So, Liu Yongling is still enjoying his retirement there, I assume? You mean Vice Principal Liu? The one with the emerald swallowtail? The old man chuckled. That's him. The swallowtail is his support beast. My name is Huang. We're old friends. He insisted on moving to Heian years ago. I haven't seen him in ages. Grandpa Huang, I said, my curiosity getting the better of me. You mentioned the first stage of stance work. Could you explain that? My teachers haven't gone into much detail yet. He nodded patiently. They probably don't want you getting ahead of yourselves. Stance training is about controlling your body's power. You should have been taught to feel your bones and tendons. When you can apply that feeling to actual combat, that's the first stage, rooting. I think I feel it, I muttered. The second stage, he continued, is integrated strength. That's when you can actively mobilize every muscle, membrane, bone, and even your internal organs. The third stage is the perfect circle. At that level, every move you make, no matter how small, carries the full force of your entire body. I frowned, trying to process it. Think of it like this, Huang said. The second stage is a conscious effort to move power. The third stage is when that power becomes your instinct. I see. Thank you, Grandpa Huang. My combat teacher has us practicing martial arts forms alongside our stances. Are those just for power too? Martial arts are techniques, he explained. Don't get bogged down by the forms. Combat arts, however, are about exploding past the limits of the physical body. I know a bit of Tai Chi, let me show you. He took a starting stance. Punch me. I bowed, then lunged forward with a long fist strike, aiming straight for his chest while keeping my other hand up for defense. Huang didn't panic. He moved his right hand in a light, sweeping motion. The moment our hands touched, I felt my momentum vanish. My power was diverted, and I felt myself flying sideways. Before I could hit the ground, he caught me and set me down gently. That was just Tai Chi technique combined with rooting, he said. But the combat art version is different. He walked over to a leather stool. He didn't grab it or hook his fingers under it. He simply placed his palm flat on top of it. When he lifted his hand, the stool stuck to his palm as if it were glued there. He moved his hand up and down, and the stool followed perfectly. I stared, my jaw dropping. I stepped forward and grabbed the leg of the stool, pulling with everything I had. It wouldn't budge from his palm. A combat art is something that defies common logic, he said. That's incredible, I breathed. Wait, Grandpa Huang. What about that move where they stomp the ground really hard? What's that called? He smirked. That's called the Vajra stomp. That move was the final killing blow in Tai Chi. It was a strike delivered with absolute stillness, a single stomp that could crush bones or kill instantly. As Grandpa Huang spoke, I thought back to Ms. Zhou's kick during our final exam. That Iron Lady didn't hold back at all. Every move she made was a lethal strike. She really was a female dinosaur. Martial arts without internal power is just empty movement, Grandpa Huang said, his voice pulling me back. Combat arts are the foundation of fighting, and fighting is the only way you'll survive the university entrance exams. Did you forget how Ms. Zhou scolded you? If you're weak, you just have to practice more. He looked at me with a knowing smile. If you're tired of standing, you can stay here and watch my form. But don't you have somewhere to be? I realized the time. After saying goodbye to Huang Jueming, I rushed to the cafeteria and found Yang Fan. I gave him a piece of my mind for his lack of dedication to his horse stance. More importantly, the guy didn't even wait for me before heading to breakfast. That was practically a crime. Yang Fan seemed to realize his mistake. He kept his head down the whole time, looking devastated. Or maybe he was just focused on his steamed buns. At 9 in the morning, Yang Fan and I hopped into his father's car. About 20 minutes later, we pulled up in front of a massive complex that looked more like a traditional garden than a business center. We're here, Yang Weidong said. The House of Spirit Beasts. I expected a flashy shopping mall, but this place was a city within a city. The entrance was modest, guarded by 2 men. Beyond the walls, I could see buildings tucked away between lush green trees. There wasn't even a giant neon sign. It was incredibly low-key, looking more like a private park. As we tried to walk in, a guard stepped forward. I'm sorry, sir. This facility only serves beast tamers. I understand, Yang Weidong replied calmly. I'm bringing my son and his friend to buy supplies. They are both beast tamers. The guards checked something, likely a hidden sensor in the gate, and immediately stepped aside with a respectful gesture. Inside, the air felt different. It was fresh and vibrant. We followed a winding path for a few minutes until we reached a pavilion where several people stood in black uniforms. One of them ran over to us. Welcome, guests. I am Guide 0251. How can the House of Spirit Beasts assist you today? Hi, Uncle, I said. It's my first time here. Could you give me a quick tour? He nodded professionally. We serve all the needs of a beast tamer. If you want to shop, we have the exchange for spirit eggs, pills, beast fodder, and equipment. If you want to train, we have Yuan Shi rooms of various grades. We have a combat arena for matches and a food court for delicacies. We even have a currency exchange if you're low on spirit stones. I heard there's an auction, I mentioned. Yes, the auction house holds daily sessions. You're in luck. Today starts the New Year auction, our biggest event of the season. Do you have invitations? We all shook our heads. No matter, the guide continued. 1 low-grade spirit stone per person gets you into the general seating area. If you want to bid, a paddle costs 1 mid-grade spirit stone, plus a deposit of 10 mid-grade stones. The deposit is refundable, and the paddle is yours to keep for future auctions. I winced. That was way too expensive. I didn't want to put Yang Fan's dad in a tough spot. Uncle Yang, let's just go to the regular exchange. Li Tang, what a coincidence. A kind, familiar voice came from behind us. I turned around and saw Grandpa Huang, the man I practiced with that morning. Standing next to him was a girl about 16 or 17. She was beautiful, with an elegant, ethereal vibe about her. The guide immediately bowed deeply. Master Huang. I froze. In our world, a rank 7 expert was called a master. Rank 8 was a grandmaster, and rank 9 was a great grandmaster. Grandpa Huang was a rank 7 powerhouse. Grandpa Huang, I blurted out. You're here too. I had some free time for the holidays, he said, his face wrinkling into a warm smile. This is my granddaughter, Huang Shuxian. She's a sophomore in high school. I'm Li Tang, a freshman. This is my classmate Yang Fan, and his father. Huang Shuxian gave us a polite nod. Come with me, Li Tang, Grandpa Huang said. The auction is about to start. The 5 of us walked down a winding path. Even though it was winter, the flower beds were bursting with color, and the trees were thick and green. The deeper we went, the more I felt the yuan qi in the air. It was thick, making my skin tingle and my mind sharpen. You have great talent, kid, Huang Jueming noted. Your affinity for energy is high. You're only a freshman and you're already at rank 9. Huang Shushuan's eyes widened. Rank 9? I'm a year older and I'm only at rank 1, level 3. You reached rank 9 in half a year. No, I said quickly, feeling the heat in my cheeks. I'm only rank 8. And since I haven't contracted a beast yet, my progress will probably slow down soon. I'll be lucky to catch up to you by next year. Don't be humble, Grandpa Huang laughed. Your speed is fast, even in Shushuan's class. See, Shuxian, there are geniuses everywhere. You have to stay hardworking. She pouted slightly. I know, Grandpa. We arrived at a massive Chinese-style building. The staff greeted Grandpa Huang with deep bows and asked if he was heading to his private booth. We followed them up a side staircase and entered a room overlooking the main hall. It was about 20 square meters with plush sofas and a one-way glass wall. Below us, the auction hall was shaped like a giant fan, filled with hundreds of seats. The staff brought in extra sofas and snacks. Grandpa Huang patted the seat next to him, but I opted to sit in the back with Yang Fan. I knew my place. Li Tang, Grandpa Huang said, looking over a catalog. If you see anything you like, tell me. I'll bid for you, and you can pay me back later. I didn't argue. I knew I couldn't afford a single thing in this room, but he was giving me face, and I had to accept it politely. Then, a thought struck me. Grandpa Huang, everyone here seems to know you. You must be a local. Why were you staying at a hotel this morning? I don't stay at the hotel, he replied. The top floor is our home, Huang Shuxian added casually. I stared at her. Wait, you mean the Jueming Grand Hotel? The tallest building in the city? That's Grandpa's property, she said. We just live on the roof. I went quiet. The wealth gap was absolutely soul-crushing. At 10 o'clock sharp, the lights dimmed. A beautiful woman in a sleek white cheongsam stepped onto the stage. Her name was Nina. Her voice was sweet, almost hypnotic, making half the men in the room lean forward in their seats. Happy New Year, everyone, she cooed. I hope this year brings you all the way to the rank of Great Grandmaster. We have some incredible treasures today, so please, for my sake, don't be shy with your bids. 2 assistants rolled out a cart. Nina reached out and pulled back a red silk cloth, revealing the first item. The auction had begun. The first item up for grabs today is a little treat for everyone, Nina said. She picked up a small bottle from under the red cloth, uncorked it, and poured out a single pill. This is a grade 2 chi condensing pill. It speeds up the absorption of essence and the condensation of force. Normally, a grade 2 pill wouldn't be considered a treat, but Nina smiled. These 10 pills are rare, top-quality specimens. Their effects rival grade 3 medicine. They're perfect for the younger generation in your families. We'll start the bidding at 10 low-grade origin stones. Beside me, Yang Fan gasped. A pill that actually boosts cultivation speed. Huang Shuxian turned around, looking genuinely curious. Every rank has its own corresponding pills. Doesn't your school hand them out? Her words hit like a physical blow. It was the ultimate accidental flex. I felt a surge of frustration. The wealth gap was killing me. Shuxian, Grandpa Huang said, gently scolding her. These pills are precious. Li Tang and Yang Fan go to Heian First High. Even in Nandu City, probably only your school hands out pills to freshmen. He then looked back at us to explain. Young friends, every stage of beast taming has its medicine. At rank 0, you have chi condensing pills. After rank 1, there are vein clearing and core gathering pills to open your meridians and store energy. Those 3 are for cultivation. Others are for healing or temporary power boosts. You should stop by the exchange later and buy some rank 0 pills. They aren't that expensive. While we talked, the bidding war erupted. The price climbed rapidly, hitting 230 stones in seconds. Finally, a middle-aged man in the hall claimed the 10 pills for 245 low-grade origin stones. That was 2.45 million Huahua coins. My family could sell our entire house, and we still wouldn't be able to afford those 10 tiny pills. I had never felt so poor in my life. The next few items flew by. A longsword forged from grade C metal went for 800 stones. Then, 10 kilograms of grade 4 carnivorous beast fodder, mixed with high-level canine meat to trigger evolution, sold for 250 stones. Now, for our third-to-last item, Nina announced. A cage was rolled onto the stage. When Nina pulled the cloth away, a snow-white fox was curled up inside. It had a red mark on its forehead shaped like a teardrop. But the most shocking part was its tail. It didn't have just one, it had 3. A 3-tailed spirit fox, someone shouted from the crowd. Indeed, Nina said. A typical 3-tailed spirit fox has a grade 5 talent, but this one is grade 6. As you know, their evolution path is clear. It's very likely this could become an 8-tailed fox with grade 9 talent. Its innate skill is spirit eye. It can see through illusions and create them. This was the 3rd spirit beast I'd seen. I focused my mind and activated my insight. Species, 3-tailed spirit fox. Level, rank 1, level 6. Talent grade, grade 6. Innate skill, spirit eye, skills, bite, mood. Hostile toward humans, uncontractable. The moment I used the skill, the fox in the cage stirred. It opened its eyes and stared directly at me. At the same time, Grandpa Huang and Huang Shuxian both stiffened, sensing the sudden ripple of energy from my direction. Grandpa Huang chuckled. So, Li Tang, your talent is an investigation type? I assumed it was something that accelerated your cultivation. Your natural talent is even stronger than I thought. Since I had a second talent anyway, I didn't mind him knowing about this one. Grandpa Huang, my talent is just insight. It's not that great. You're being too modest, he replied warmly. Insight is a leader among investigative talents. Everything we know about spirit beasts over the last 200 years was gathered by predecessors with insight. The Beast Illustrated Guide only estimates things based on energy levels. It's nowhere near as convenient as your eyes. People say insight is an F-rank talent, but they're wrong. It has clear levels. Most people can only see 2 or 3 pieces of information. That's useless. Seeing 4 makes it D rank. Seeing 5 makes it B rank. I looked back at my mental screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could see 6 categories of information. Does that mean I have an S-rank talent? I kept my mouth shut. One word of advice, Li Tang, Grandpa Huang whispered. When you aren't in combat, try not to use insight on people or their beasts. If you must, don't get caught. Grandpa, focus. Huang Shuxian nudged him, looking at the stage anxiously. Don't worry, there's time. He tapped a tablet next to his seat. Room 36 bids 130 mid-grade origin stones. Nina's voice rang out. My jaw dropped. That was 20 million coins. Grandpa Huang, is that fox for Xuxian? I asked. Yes. It matches her talent well, and the quality is high. I want her prepared. He looked at the fox again, then glanced at me. He must have noticed the hostile status I saw. He sighed and looked at his granddaughter. Actually, Xuxian, let's pass on this fox. We aren't in a hurry. I'll find you something better. The fox ended up going to a guest in room 98. Nina then held up a small glass vial. Our penultimate item, 10 milliliters of Spring of Life, harvested from the Tree of Life within the rift. Starting bid is 100 mid-grade stones. Even Grandpa Huang looked shocked. Spring of Life? What is it, Grandpa? Xuxian asked. In the Jiangnan Sky Rift, there is a grade 9 Tree of Life, he explained, his fingers already flying across the bidding tablet. It has no combat power, but humans and beasts alike protect it because it generates massive amounts of life energy. This spring is its essence. Think of it as non-attributed force packed with life. It can restore strength instantly, accelerate cultivation, heal any wound, and even extend your lifespan. Yang Fan leaned forward. What is the usual price for non-attributed force? It's incredibly rare, Grandpa Huang said. Usually, it's about 1 mid-grade stone per milliliter. I did the math in my head. 10 drops was roughly 1 milliliter. 1 drop was worth 15,000 coins. I had a way to produce this, but I couldn't let anyone know. I needed a different way to make money. Grandpa Huang eventually won the 10 milliliters for 320 mid-grade stones. 50 million coins for a tiny vial. The man was a walking goldmine. And now, for our final item, Nina said, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper. The reason many of you traveled so far today. She clapped her hands. A cart was pushed out, and she whipped off the cloth. Inside was an egg, about 50 centimeters tall. It was pure white with glowing red patterns that pulsed like a heartbeat. A rare fire attribute red flame tyrant dragon egg, she announced. Estimated grade 6 talent. As you all know, the dragon lineage never falls below grade 5. They possess devastating skills and the legendary dragon breath. Nina promised that this beast egg would make whoever bought it unstoppable. She started the bidding at 200 mid-grade stones, with increments of at least 10. The room went wild. Voices overlapped as people scrambled to place their bets. Nina's mouth moved like a machine gun, calling out numbers until the price hit 500 stones. Then, the frenzy finally slowed down. I turned to Grandpa Huang. I asked him if I could use my insight talent on the egg. He shrugged and told me I could try, but he doubted I'd see much. I focused my mind. Species, red flame tyrant dragon. Level, unborn. Talent grade, unknown. Skills, unknown. Evaluation, a subdragon species with dual fire and dark attributes. High potential. I couldn't see the specific talent level or skills, likely because the eggshell acted as a shield against spiritual probes. Still, the dual attribute subdragon status was impressive. I wondered what high potential really meant in this context. I was confused about the price. I told Grandpa Huang that back at my school, beast eggs usually cost 1 or 2 million coins. This one was pushing 70 million. The gap was insane. Grandpa Huang laughed and explained the market. He told me the school provides common beasts, usually predicted at grade 3 talent. A grade 4 egg starts at 2 million. Grade 5 jumps to 8 million. Grade 6? You're looking at 50 million and up. Plus, eggs found in spatial rifts are always pricier than those from Earth. A red flame tyrant dragon is normally a grade 6 beast, but powerful ones can reach grade 8. It's top tier within its rank. He warned me, though, that if the egg was malnourished or stunted, it might hatch as a grade 5, and the buyer would lose a fortune. In the end, private booth number 3 took it for 720 mid-grade stones. That was over 100 million coins for a single egg. As we walked out of the auction house, Yang Weidong sighed, muttering that his entire net worth wasn't even worth 1 egg. The 3 of us said our goodbyes to Grandpa Huang. Before he left, he insisted I add his granddaughter's contact info. He told me he was too busy to check his phone, so I should just contact her if I needed anything. Once they were in their car, Huang Xuxian looked at her grandfather. She asked him if he really thought that highly of me. Grandpa Huang put down his phone and looked at her. He listed it off. 9th level in 5 months. An insight talent that reveals at least 5 lines of info, reaching the first realm of pillar stance, strong mental power, and high energy affinity. He told her my talent was no less than the geniuses in her class. He suggested she stay in touch and even send me some resources as a friend. Being a beast tamer is dangerous, he said, and a friend today could be a lifesaver tomorrow. Shu Xian rolled her eyes and asked if he was seriously looking for a grandson-in-law. He just smirked and said that depended on how hard her father worked. Meanwhile, the 3 of us headed to the Beast Tamer home food court. It was a paradise. They had food from all over the world, categorized by rank, from ordinary food to grade 6 delicacies. You could order a la carte or get a set meal. Yang Weidong ordered a kidney-strengthening set for ordinary people. I got a grade 0 set, and Yang Fan got a grade 1 set. After eating, I felt a surge of energy. I felt great. Yang Weidong looked like he'd aged backward 20 years. Then we looked at Yang Fan. He was pale, trying to shove the last bits of food into his mouth, even though he looked like he was about to burst. His dad told him to stop, saying it was just 10,000 coins, and we could come back tonight. I told him the energy in a grade 1 meal was too much for his current digestion and suggested he pack it up. Yang Fan couldn't even speak clearly. He mumbled through a mouthful of food that he wouldn't waste a drop. He chewed desperately and swallowed. 10 minutes later, he finally finished, but he was stuck in his chair, unable to move. It took half an hour before he could finally stand up. He asked where we were going next. I suggested the combat arena. It would give him time to digest while we watched some matches. We found a guide and headed over. The arena looked like a massive stadium with a giant screen in the lobby listing match times and locations. They had everything: martial arts, beast battles, and combined combat from grade 1 to grade 6. Tickets were 1 mid-grade stone per person. It allowed us to stay until 10 p.m. in one specific hall. Yang Fan and I chose Hall 9 for grade 1 combined combat. Since we were at that level, we figured we could actually learn something. The hall was huge, with 2,000 seats surrounding a floor the size of 2 basketball courts. There was a massive screen hanging in the center for the people in the back. Since grade 1 matches weren't very popular, only a few hundred people were there. We grabbed seats in the 3rd row. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers, introducing the next match, the grade 1, level 8 Wolf King Gale against the grade 1, level 7 Strongest Cutie. I cringed at the names. Gale was a cold, arrogant young man in his 20s who definitely looked the part. Strongest Cutie was a chubby, adorable girl who looked about 16. Gale had a record of 9 wins out of 10. The girl had 10 wins out of 13. The rules were simple: no killing, no intentional crippling, and no attacking after a surrender. The countdown hit 0, and the match started. Gale summoned his beast immediately, a fierce wolf that charged straight at the girl. I recognized it as a blue moon mad wolf, a grade 3 talent. The girl summoned a flame sparrow, a grade 4 talent. The bird took to the sky, circling above, while the girl stayed on the edge of the arena, dodging the man and his wolf. She seemed to be waiting for her bird to strike. Gale and his wolf ignored the bird. They coordinated their movements, flanking the girl and slowly pinning her into a corner. Just when it looked like she was trapped, the girl tripped and fell. Gale didn't hesitate. The wolf lunged, jaws open, aiming for her leg, while Gale leaped through the air to strike her back with his elbow. It looked like she was about to be crushed. But suddenly, she vanished. She reappeared 2 meters away. It was a blink talent. I saw it clearly. At that exact moment, the flame sparrow dove. It spat a rock at Gale and slammed its claws into the wolf. Wolf King Gale was already in midair, committed to his elbow strike. He couldn't change his trajectory. Left with no choice, he swung his fist at the rock flying toward him. The impact sent him crashing to the side, his hand clearly injured. His blue moon mad wolf fared even worse. It couldn't react in time as the flame sparrow's talons tore into its back. The wolf spun around, snapping its jaws, but the bird beat its wings and soared out of reach. 8 bloody holes leaked crimson down the wolf's fur. "You can't even touch me," the girl teased, a playful smirk on her face. "You should just give up." Gale didn't say a word. He He pushed himself off the ground and limped over to his wolf. He seemed to be preparing something. The flame sparrow didn't give him time, diving down for a second assault. Suddenly, Gale and the wolf vanished. In their place, a massive, two-headed wolf over 2 meters long appeared. A fusion talent, I blurted out. With the fusion complete, Gale's power skyrocketed. He swiped a massive paw, batting the flame sparrow out of the air like a fly. Then, he blurred, reappearing instantly next to the girl. She tried to use blink again, but Gale anticipated it. As she materialized, the two-headed wolf's tail whipped around, slamming into her and sending her crashing to the dirt. The beast pinned her down, its 2 sets of massive jaws roaring inches from her face. I forfeit, she cried out, helpless. The flame sparrow vanished back into her body as the fusion ended. Gale and his wolf separated. Gale looked terrible, pale, gasping for breath, and seemingly more drained than the girl he'd just defeated. His wolf couldn't even stand. It collapsed before turning into a streak of light and returning to his beast space. The winner is Wolf King Gale, the announcer shouted over the thunderous applause. I was stunned, as it was my first time seeing a real fight between beast tamers. They used their talents and beasts with incredible synergy. The girl had better tactics, feigning a fall to land a solid hit, but her damage output was too low. Gale was a brawler, his physical combat was superior, and his explosive talent was overwhelming. I noticed Gale didn't use any formal martial arts. It was all raw wrestling and street fighting techniques. The girl, however, clearly had training in footwork and positioning. Gale is so strong, Yang Fan whispered, his eyes shining with admiration. I want to fight like that one day. We stayed for another half hour as the second match began. We watched fight after fight, seeing all kinds of spirit beasts. One match featured 2 massive guys with no technique at all, just a bloody, raw brawl while their beasts tore at each other nearby. It was brutal, visceral, and got my heart racing. We watched until 6 in the evening. I knew we had to leave. Yang Fan and I still hadn't done our meditation for the day. On the way back, Yang Weidong's excitement had faded into worry. Son, Li Tang, are you two really going to have to fight like that? He asked quietly. One mistake and you're covered in scars. Neither of us answered. We were still too weak to know what the future held for a beast tamer. Maybe constant battle was just our destiny. The next morning, after our workout, the 3 of us headed straight to the House of Beasts. Old Huang wasn't with us this time, and we skipped the auction house since we couldn't afford anything there anyway. We went to the exchange instead. It was like a massive 6-story shopping mall, packed with shops and glowing merchandise. Yang Fan and I were like kids in a candy store, pointing and shouting, wow, at every display. Even Yang Weidong looked shocked, though he tried to keep his cool. The first floor was the currency exchange. You could swap cash for spirit stones. A low-grade stone cost 10,000 yuan, mid-grade was 200,000, and high-grade was a staggering 3 million. It made me realize how generous the school's prices were. There was also a mission hall, but it required you to be rank 1 or higher, so I couldn't get in. The second floor smelled amazing, filled with the scent of medicinal herbs and pills. I checked the official shop. A chi-gathering pill cost 1 low-grade spirit stone. It wasn't expensive, but I didn't know if it was effective yet. We moved to the third floor, which dealt in weapons and armor. I didn't have much interest, but Yang Fan was obsessed. He dragged his dad into several shops to try on gear. Eventually, he nagged his father into spending 300,000 yuan on a grade F metal spear. Since the official shops didn't take cash, he found a private owner willing to make a deal and have it shipped to our house. The fourth floor was for spirit beasts and feed. Most shops were empty of actual animals. When I asked why, a shopkeeper looked at me like I was an idiot. The smell is terrible, and cages are bad for them, he snapped. Look at the manual. If you see something you like, I'll take you to the kennel. The official House of Beasts manual was thick as an encyclopedia. It listed beasts from grade 2 to grade 6, with prices ranging from 10,000 to tens of millions. I sat there for a long time, flipping through the pages, trying to find the perfect partner. Yang Fan was doing the same, looking for a beast that liked to eat as much as he did. By noon, we hit the food court. Yang Fan didn't dare order a rank 1 set meal again. He settled for a rank 0 meal, but added a single side of rank 1 braised pork, eating until his face was covered in grease. After lunch, we headed to the 5th floor. This was the world of beast eggs. Unlike the quiet 4th floor, this place was bustling. The official shop categorized eggs by their estimated talent grade. Grade 2 and 3 eggs were everywhere, about 500 of them, priced between 500,000 and 1.5 million. Grade 4 eggs were rarer, with only 70 available for 2 to 3 million each. There were only a few Grade 5 eggs, priced up to 20 million, and a single Grade 6 egg sitting behind glass for 55 million. I wondered if I should use my insight talent to scan them. Just as the thought crossed my mind, I overheard a group nearby. "Brother Chong, you helped us make 3 million last time," one guy said eagerly. "Let's do it again. We provide the cash, you provide the skill. We split the profits, and if we lose, it's on us." "Don't worry," a man replied confidently. "I learned everything about eggs from my old man. I'll make sure we get paid." I watched as a lean young man pulled out a magnifying glass. He moved from egg to egg, inspecting the shells with intense focus, while 3 other guys hovered around him like bodyguards. After 20 minutes, he finally straightened up. He pointed to 3 specific eggs and told his friends they were the best bets. I didn't rush over to introduce myself. Instead, I found a shop assistant and asked about this egg gambling they were talking about. The assistant was patient. She explained that it wasn't an official service of the shop, but a trend that started a few years ago. A special technology called spirit incense was invented to preserve newborn spirit beast embryos at rank 0. It kept them in a state where they could still be contracted with high loyalty, just like an unhatched egg, but with one major difference. You could see their talent grade immediately. Because of this, people started gambling. They would buy an unhatched egg, hoping the talent inside was higher than the shop's estimate. She told me a legend about a customer who bought a grade 3 egg and hatched a grade 6 beast, making 50 million in an instant. The shop didn't officially support it, but they couldn't stop people from trying their luck. While we talked, the group of young men made their move. They bought an egg with dark green patterns, a green forest python. It was a grade 4 beast, priced at 250 low-grade origin stones, or about 2.5 million. One of them handed over a heavy bag of stones, and they rushed toward a small shop nearby. I motioned for Yang Fan and Uncle Yang to follow me. We entered a shop owned by a man named Boss Sure. The guys handed him the egg and asked him to hatch it. He placed it into a massive machine, pressed a few buttons, and we waited. Half an hour later, the shell cracked. Boss Sure pulled out a white box with a glass front. Inside, a tiny snake lay perfectly still, preserved by the incense. The young men immediately raised their spirit beast manuals to scan it. Their faces fell. It was just a grade 4. They'd broken even on the talent, but lost the hatching fee. Boss Sure offered to buy the embryo back for 2.2 million as a favor to his regulars. They took the deal and left. I stood there, processing everything. This was my chance to make money. My insight talent couldn't see detailed stats on unhatched eggs, but it gave me an evaluation field. I needed to know if that evaluation was fixed or random. I hurried back to the egg shop and scanned a random egg. Thunderhawk. Normal potential. I checked another. The evaluation stayed. My insight was reading the hidden potential of the life inside. I set a goal. I would check 25 eggs. If I found a high potential one, I'd buy it. If not, I'd walk away. I started scanning eggs priced under 1.5 million. Storm leopard. Normal potential. Moonlight wolf spider. Normal potential. On the 16th egg, I saw it. A ghost cat. Dark attribute. High potential. This was it. The shop had it listed as a grade 3 egg, but my insight said otherwise. I turned to Uncle Yang. I asked him if I could borrow 1.2 million. He didn't hesitate. He told me that if I was sure, the money was mine. He headed to the first floor to exchange his credits for origin stones while I stood guard over the egg. The 4 guys from earlier walked back in and saw me. The expert, with the magnifying glass, looked at the egg I was guarding and shook his head. He told me the egg was smaller than average, likely lacking nutrition from its mother. He warned me it probably wouldn't even reach grade 3 and suggested I pick another. He seemed like a decent guy, honestly trying to help. I thanked him, but told him I felt a connection to this egg. One of his friends, a guy with dyed yellow hair, scoffed. He called me ungrateful, mocking me for ignoring an expert's advice on a clearly stunted egg. I stayed quiet. I knew what I saw. Yang Fan couldn't help himself. He snapped back, saying it was our first time gambling and we didn't mind losing. Besides, the expert had just lost on his own pick anyway. The lean guy's face soured. The yellow-haired kid laughed and said they'd stick around to watch me lose my shirt. Minutes later, Uncle Yang returned with the payment cards. I handed them to the staff and pointed at the small ghost cat egg. I'll take this one. I cradled the egg in my arms and walked straight back to Boss Sher's shop. The four guys followed us, whispering and laughing. The yellow-haired one was even bragging that if this stunted egg turned out to be a winner, he'd perform a handstand and eat dirt. We entered the shop. Boss Sher looked at me, then at Uncle Yang, who nodded. He took the small egg from my hands and placed it into the machine. The machine whirred to life as the egg disappeared inside. The yellow-haired guy leaned in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Little brother, when you lose big time in a minute, you better not cry. I didn't even look at him. Hey, big brother, I said calmly. You said if this egg actually turned out to be good, you'd do a handstand and eat dirt. You might want to head to the bathroom now and get ready. I wouldn't want you to have an accident in front of everyone. His friends burst out laughing. The guy's face turned bright red. You have to actually win first, he snarled. I turned to Yang Fan. Fan, you ate a lot at lunch, right? Start getting it ready. I don't think our friend here is full yet. The yellow-haired kid lost it. He lunged at me, but his friends held him back, laughing even harder. Calm down. Let's wait and see if the kid actually pulls it off first. Half an hour felt like an eternity. Finally, Boss Sher pulled a white container out of the machine. The group of guys rushed forward with their beast encyclopedias, trying to scan the creature inside. I didn't need a book. I focused my eyes and activated insight. Species, ghost cat. Level, rank 0, level 0. Talent grade, rank 5. Skills, ghost flash. Identity, ghost cat royalty. Rank 5. I felt my heart skip a beat. It wasn't just a win, it was a jackpot. Rank 5, someone screamed. It's a rank 5. The shop turned into a madhouse. Customers from the street started pouring in just to see the miracle. People were whispering that this egg was easily worth 10 million. Yang Fan grabbed me, shaking me with pure joy. Brother Tang, we did it. We're rich. Then he looked around the crowd. Where's our handstand expert? Where'd he go? The yellow-haired guy was gone. He had vanished the moment the rank was announced. Boss Sher looked at me, his eyes wide with respect. Congratulations, young man. This is a massive win. Do you want to sell it back to me? I can offer you 12 million. I hesitated. 12 million was a fortune, but I knew the market. Boss, this is a rank 5 ghost cat, and a royal one at that. Plus, I still have to pay for the incubation fee. Wait, a voice interrupted. A sharp, handsome woman in her 30s stepped forward. I'll give you 15 million. I need this specific beast. I looked at Boss Sher. He shrugged, smiling. We haven't signed anything yet. High bidder wins. I can't compete with 15 million. The woman didn't waste time. She pulled out 15 black cards and handed them to me. She even paid Boss Sher for the incubation fee without blinking. It happened so fast my head was spinning. One moment I was a broke student, and the next I had 15 million in my hands. The experts from earlier were stunned. His luck is insane, one muttered. The lean guy, their leader, shook his head. I don't think it was just luck. He didn't even use an encyclopedia. He might have a detection talent. Yang Fan wanted to stay and brag, but I grabbed his arm and signaled to Uncle Yang. We needed to move. Carrying this much wealth without a background was dangerous. We slipped out of the shop and headed to a high-end medicine store on the second floor. I bought 60 spirit-level chi condensing pills on the spot. I handed 30 to Yang Fan and then turned to Uncle Yang, handing him 1 black card and 2 yellow ones. His initial investment plus a massive return. Xiao Tang, this is too much, Uncle Yang stammered. Uncle, without your 1.2 million, I wouldn't have made a cent, I said firmly. I'm reaching level 9 in a few days. I need to save the rest for my first contracted beast, but I'll make sure to look after Yang Fan. Back at the hotel that night, I sat cross-legged on the bed. I swallowed a chi condensing pill and held a mid-grade spirit stone in my hand. The energy hit me instantly. My cultivation speed jumped by about 10%. But 30 minutes later, I opened my eyes and cursed. Scammers. The shop told me the pill should last 4 to 5 hours. It had been 30 minutes, and the effect was gone. Then it hit me, it wasn't the pill, it was my second talent. My body was consuming the medicinal energy 10 times faster than a normal person. It was a massive drain on resources, but I had no choice. I swallowed another pill and kept going. By 1 a.m., the 9th leaf sprouted in my beast space. I had reached level 9. One more level, and I could finally contract my first beast. The next morning, Yang Fan and I headed to breakfast. Fan, how was the pill I gave you? I asked. Amazing, he beamed. My cultivation speed went up by 30%, and it lasted over 5 hours. I'm going to buy more. I sighed. So his lasted 5 hours while mine lasted 30 minutes. My talent was a bottomless pit for money. Fan, I think your talent has a hidden bonus for medicine. You're going to be the king of pills. We headed to the beast home one last time before leaving the city. I had 2 goals. First, see if I could find one more bargain. I wasn't a fool. I wasn't going to leave money on the table. Second, I needed to trade for more mid-grade spirit stones. I gave the rest of my pills to Yang Fan. They were too expensive for me to use if they only lasted 30 minutes. As for my first beast, I needed to be careful. My talent allowed for evolution, but the base had to be right. I needed something with hidden potential, something the rest of the world had overlooked. I still didn't fully understand how the reserve slots or contract effects worked, so I knew I'd have to experiment on my own. I headed straight back to the beast home and went to the exchange. I wanted to check out the 6th floor, a place I'd been curious about but hadn't found the time to visit yet. When I got there, I realized it was a VIP zone for the elite families, Fu, Li, Tang, and Huang. The guards wouldn't let me in. I guessed it was reserved for experts at rank 7 or higher, and the other shops were strictly by appointment only. I retreated to the 5th floor. I went back to the official beast egg shop and picked up where I left off yesterday, right after the spot where I'd found the phantom ribbon cat. That's when I found a little surprise. It was a scyther egg. The species was insect, and the system evaluation labeled it as high potential, though its talent level and skills were currently unknown. A rank 3 talent beast egg for 1 million credits? I bought it on the spot. I didn't go back to the same shopkeeper from yesterday. Instead, I walked a bit further until I found a shop called Zhang Brothers Retail Eggs. A man with a buzz cut was sitting behind the counter, staring at his phone. Boss, do you do egg gambling here? I asked. We do, he said, looking up. He seemed surprised to see a high schooler. You want to buy retail or hatch one? Hatching costs 500,000. No bargaining. I handed over the scyther egg I had just bought. Help me hatch this one, please. 30 minutes later, the boss brought out the spirit incense box. His expression was a bit awkward. I looked at the stats. It was a rank 0, level 0 scyther, but it had a rank 3 talent. Its talent skill was dual blade quick cut, but it had no other skills. The most interesting part was its trait, mutated dual blades. It was exactly what I'd worried about. High potential doesn't always mean a high talent rank. Sometimes it manifests in other ways. This scyther's potential was all in its physical mutation. Its blades had turned into jagged scythes, which would massively increase its attack power. Do you buy back-hatched beasts? I asked. Give me a price. The boss inspected the scyther closely, noticing the mutation. Little brother, these blades are special. I'll give you a higher price. 1.3 million. Deal. I handed him 2 yellow cards for the hatching fee, and he handed me a black card. I'd lost 200,000 credits on the trade, but I could live with that. It was a fair price for the information. Want to look around some more? The boss asked as I turned to leave. I stopped and scanned the shop. There were about a dozen eggs on display, mostly rank 2 with a few rank 3s. Before I could speak, the boss chimed in. We mostly do business with regulars and custom orders. The good stuff isn't kept out here. Our reputation is built on our eye for quality. Follow me. I hesitated for a second, but this was the beast home. It was safe enough. I followed him into a back warehouse. It was small, maybe 20 square meters, but very organized. For shelves were packed with retail eggs. Looking at the labels, these were mostly rank 3 and rank 4, with a couple of rank 5s. The species were much rarer than what the official shops carried, though the prices were steeper. Since the boss was standing right there, I couldn't use my talent openly. I spent a few minutes browsing with my naked eye. "Uncle, I'm a slow picker," I said casually. "If I find something that speaks to me, I'll take it." The boss looked at me. To him, I was just a level 9 kid. It was the New Year peak season, and he had other customers coming in. He smiled and said, "Take your time," then walked back to the front. The moment he was gone, I activated my insight talent. I burned through the rank 3 eggs quickly, all average talents. Then I moved to the rank 4 shelf. My eyes stopped on one particular egg. Species, iron-eating beast. Attribute, metal/bear. Evaluation, high potential. It was a black and white, cuddly-looking creature. A panda. I couldn't believe it existed in this world too. Seeing it gave me a rush of nostalgia and warmth. For a moment, I considered making it my first beast. But then I stopped to think. I carried the egg out to the counter. The boss told me it was a rank 4 egg recovered from a spatial rift. The price was 2.5 million credits. Without hesitating, I handed over 3 black cards and told him to hatch it. Half an hour later, he emerged with a spirit box. The iron-eating beast inside hadn't turned black and white yet. It was just a tiny, pink, fleshy blob. I used insight immediately. My heart skipped a beat. Rank 5 talent. I'd hit the jackpot. Species, iron-eating beast. Talent, rank 5. Talent skill, metal skin. Evolution path, can evolve by consuming metal. When I saw the evolution path, I was stunned. My insight talent was even better than I thought. I decided right then that I wasn't selling this. This beast was perfect for Yang Fan. They were both warrior types, and Yang Fan's enhanced digestion talent would likely synergize perfectly with a beast that literally ate metal to evolve. "Uncle, I'm keeping this one," I said. "Any tips on using the spirit box?" "Just keep it closed," he explained. "When you're ready to make the contract, press the buttons on both sides. You'll have 1 minute to finish the ritual. It's very simple." "Thanks, Uncle. Just one question. Why don't you hatch all the eggs yourself? You could make way more money." The boss laughed. "You can't chase every cent, kid. It's about risk management. An egg can stay viable for 7 or 8 years if stored properly. Once it's hatched, you only have 1 year to sell it before it becomes a liability. Besides, these spirit boxes have only been around for a few years. If the government suddenly decides this contract method is risky, I'd lose everything." I thanked him and headed to the second floor to find Yang Fan and his father, Yang Weidong. When Yang Fan saw me carrying the spirit box, his eyes widened. "Tang, did you pick your first beast?" "Not for me," I said, holding the box out. "This one is for you." Yang Fan pointed at himself, dumbfounded. "Me? I'm only level 5. I don't know when I'll even be able to make a contract." I pulled him aside to a quiet corner, leaving his father behind for a moment. "Fan, this beast is perfect for you. If you don't like it, I'll sell it, but listen first. It's an iron-eating beast with a rank 5 talent. Its skill is metal skin, a top-tier defensive talent. But here's the kicker. It evolves by eating metal. With your digestion talent, you could make it evolve faster than anyone else. It could reach rank 7 or even rank 8. Plus, when it grows up, it's black and white and incredibly cute. Girls will be lining up just to see it." Yang Fan's eyes were practically glowing. He was clearly already daydreaming about his future. "Do I want it? I need it. From now on, call me the Iron-Eating Beast Knight." He snatched the spirit box and hugged it to his chest. We went back to his father and explained the situation. I didn't mention the evolution path, just that it was a perfect match. Yang Weidong nodded seriously. "Xiaotang, I'll transfer 15 million credits to you. Is that fair?" I shook my head. "That's too much. Just give me 5 million. I still make a profit, and you don't have to feel burdened." "Absolutely not," he insisted. 15 million, and not a cent less. "I'll transfer the money to you as soon as I get back," I told Yang Weidong. "But 5 million is enough. Yang Fan and I are brothers. We're going to fight side by side in the future. Being a beast tamer means making money is easy, and he can pay me back the rest himself once he's successful." Yang Fan looked at me like I was his savior. "Brother Tang, from now on, you're my real brother. Don't worry, I'll earn every cent of that money and pay you back personally." We headed to the exchange hall on the first floor. I did a quick mental tally of my finances. After the ghost cat deal, I cleared 13.8 million credits. Subtracting the 60,000 for the bill and the 20,000 loss from the gambling eggs, I had 13 million left. Adding the 2 million profit from the iron-eating beast, my balance sat at a comfortable 15 million credits. I looked at the spirit stones on display. I decided to exchange 10 million credits for 35 mid-grade spirit stones and 1 high-grade stone. Mid-grade stones were enough for my current cultivation level, but I'd never used a high-grade one before. I wanted to see what the hype was about. The remaining 5 million was my reserve for my first contracted beast. After a quick meal at the food court, the three of us piled into Yang Weidong's luxury car and headed back to Heian City. The whole way back, Yang Fan couldn't stop staring at the iron-eating beast inside the spirit box. If you haven't reached rank 1 by next new year, this beast will be wasted on you, I said calmly. Yang Fan flinched. He immediately closed his eyes and started his internal meditation. It was after 5 p.m. when Yang Weidong dropped me off at my apartment. I invited them for dinner, but they had business to attend to and headed off. Walking into the complex, the last 3 days felt like a fever dream. I had received guidance from a rank 7 master like Huang Ju, witnessed a high-stakes auction, and walked away with over 10 million credits from gambling. Back when I risked my life catching fugitives without Ms. Zhou's help, I only made 1.3 million. One trip outside, a few smart moves, and I'd 10 times my net worth. Heian was too small. The real stage for a beast tamer was out there in the world. I opened my door to find the house packed. My grandmother, my uncle's family, and my aunt's family were all there. 15 people were gathered for dinner. The moment they saw me, the atmosphere hit a new high. Happy New Year, Grandma. Uncle, Auntie, good to see you. I greeted everyone one by one. My grandmother, who hadn't seen me in 6 months, pulled me close. She held my hands and looked me over with misty eyes. Our Xiao Tang has grown taller. You look stronger, too. Is the beast taming class hard? Was the trip to the provincial capital exhausting? Sit down, eat, and go rest right after. She had a million questions and rambled a bit, but I answered every single one patiently. The world only cares about how high you fly, but only those who truly love you ask if your wings are tired. Since there were too many of us for the table, the cousins and my sister Li Yuanyuan ate first. I planned to eat quickly and get to my cultivation, but the elders insisted I stay with them. Their reasoning was familiar. He's a beast tamer now, not a child anymore. The conversation stayed on me. They marveled at how the neighborhood troublemaker had transformed into the top student and class monitor of the elite class. They praised my maturity until even someone as thick-skinned as me started to feel embarrassed. My younger cousins and sisters sat on the sofa nearby, firing off questions about beasts. The warmth of the family gathering made me feel incredibly lucky. By 8 p.m., the drinking was still going strong, but I excused myself. Grandma, Auntie, I'm really sorry, but I can't miss my cultivation session tonight. They understood. I retreated to my room and sat cross-legged on the floor. I gripped a mid-grade spirit stone and entered a meditative state. I had 6 hours of work ahead of me. It would be 2 a.m. before I finished. My beast space had grown from a single cubic meter to over 100, roughly the size of a small apartment. In the center stood the main beast tree, surrounded by 10 smaller ones. They were no longer tiny sprouts, but looked like sturdy saplings. The 9th leaf on the main tree was still small, but as I drew in the thick red energy from the stone, the leaves began to drink it up. I had 80 drops of primal power condensed on the leaves. I allowed the space to absorb most of them, leaving only 5. I funneled 1 drop into my heart to strengthen my physical body and saved the other 4 to fuel my insight skill. By 2 a.m., my mental energy was spent. I stashed the stones, changed into my pajamas, and collapsed into a deep sleep. The new semester arrived. The last 3 days of vacation were quiet and disciplined. I cultivated, ate, and bickered with Li Yuanyuan. She was surprisingly good at trash-talking, so I changed my tactics. I stopped making fun of her height and started supervising her winter break homework. Checking her math and lecturing her on grammar was the ultimate weapon. She couldn't win. On the morning of the 7th day, I slipped her a thick red envelope. She thought I was playing a prank with small bills, But when she opened it, her eyes nearly popped out. 10,000 credits. Li Tang, I can't take this. You need money for your cultivation. I helped someone out in the provincial capital using my talent. I lied smoothly. They gave me 100,000 credit tip. It's fine. You're lying, she whispered, stunned. It's true. The guy was a master. You'll understand when you awaken your own talent. Some are very specialized. I couldn't tell her about the gambling or the underground fighting. She'd just worry I was getting hurt or becoming a degenerate. It took some convincing, but she finally took it. Her gratitude lasted exactly 3 minutes before she started ignoring me to plan what she was going to buy. That evening, I headed back to school. The classroom was buzzing at 8 p.m. before Ms. Zhou arrived. Monitor, what rank are you now? Feng Rue asked from the side. Yang Fan, sitting in front of me, spun around before I could answer. Brother Tang hit rank 9 when we were at the capital, and while we were at the beast home, I actually... My God, Feng Rue interrupted. I'm only rank 4. How is the gap between us this big? Sometimes, I joked, the gap between people is bigger than the gap between a person and a pig. A crowd started to gather around my desk. Everyone wanted to know the secret. I'm telling you, Young Fan shouted over the noise. The monitor is a beast. Even Master Huang praised his talent. And at the beast home I got. He kept trying to brag about his new iron-eating beast, but someone else cut him off. So, Manchong asked, leaning in, you're almost ready to contract your first beast. Have you decided what you're going to pick? I haven't decided yet, I admitted. The school provides basic spirit beast eggs, but I was planning to ask the teachers for their advice first. I knew the school's eggs were usually average at best. You get what you pay for, and free wasn't going to make me a king. Li Tang, didn't you go to the beast home when you were in the capital? I turned around. It was Yun Ziyuan, the girl I'd helped during the race. She was looking at me with those determined eyes of hers. I did, I said. But I still couldn't make up my mind. Did you go too, Xiaoyan? I went during the New Year break, she said, her voice soft. If I'd known you were going, I would have asked to go with you. Whoa, Yun Ziyuan. Are you asking Li Tang out on a date? A girl nearby teased. Yun Ziyuan's face turned bright red instantly. She started stammering, waving her hands in defense. No, I just meant. I mean, if a pretty girl gets bullied, Li Tang wouldn't just stand there and watch, right? The class started laughing, and the atmosphere got a bit rowdy. I realized I needed to take control. I stood up and signaled for everyone to quiet down. Listen up for a second, I said, my voice steady. When Yang Fan and I were at the capital, we saw a lot. It's only a few 100 kilometers away, but the cultivation environment there is a different world. The resources, the quality of the beast tamers, it's night and day. I looked around the room. Every eye was on me. The high schoolers there use mid-grade origin stones and medicinal pills to boost their training. There are students just like me who hit rank 9 in a single semester. They have the money to get the strongest beasts possible. I was exaggerating a little, using Huang Shuxian as my benchmark, but I needed to light a fire under them. Take Yang Fan, for example. I continued, pointing at him. He found a powerful grade 5 beast at the beast home. As soon as he hits rank 10, he's ready to contract it. Yang Fan beamed. There's nothing quite like having someone else brag about your achievements for you. He looked like he was walking on air. I'm not saying this to put you down, I added. I'm saying it because I want us to catch up. This semester, our goal is to surpass the other classes. I don't care about fast tracks or slow tracks. My class will be the strongest class. Well said, Monitor. The voice came from the doorway. It was Ms. Zhou. The class scrambled, moving like a flock of startled birds as everyone dove back into their seats. The most important thing for a beast tamer is to fight, Ms. Zhou said, walking to the front. You fight for your life, and you fight against others. Your environment is 10 times better than mine was a decade ago. Don't complain about your talent. Don't envy others. Have you really pushed yourself to the limit? Even if you have, why haven't you broken past it? True power is born from breaking limits. The room was deathly silent. Her words hit hard. The schedule for this semester is the same as the last, she continued. Monitor, distribute these later. Now, for the results from last term. She started reading the rewards. I took the top spot in everything. Overall rank, theory, combat, and cultivation speed. I walked away with 1 mid-grade origin stone and 20 low-grade ones. Qin Rue and Yun Ziyuan got some too for their top finishes. Aside from Li Tang, Qin Rue, and Yun Ziyuan, I'm disappointed, Ms. Zhou said. Zhou snapped. If your cultivation is slow, fine, but failing theory and combat? This semester, I'm turning up the heat. A collective shiver ran through the room. One more thing, she said, her expression turning serious. The next 2 years are a golden age. Universities are expanding their enrollment. But don't get excited, the cutoff scores are actually going up. There are more students than ever, so the competition is brutal. If you don't pass the Beast Tamer exam, you'll be shipped off to a regular university. Does anyone want to quit now? I can transfer you to a normal class today. No one moved. Being a Beast Tamer meant status, money, and power. Nobody was giving that up. Good. If you're still at rank 4, move faster. If you're at rank 5, hurry up. Your monitor is already at rank 9. Don't let the gap become an abyss. After the meeting, Ms. Zhou called me to her office. I thought I was just picking up books, but she gestured for me to sit down. She sat there in silence for a moment, thinking. After hearing about the Vajra kick she'd used before, I wasn't about to rush a woman who could kill with one move. You're rank 9, she said finally. How long until rank 10? By the end of the month, I replied confidently. It's February 10th. So, 20 days, she noted. I heard you talking about Yang Fan's beast. Why haven't you picked one? He got a grade 5 iron-eating beast, right? The fat black and white bear that eats bamboo. She sounded almost unimpressed. Then she leaned in. How did you know it was grade 5? It was an egg, wasn't it? How did you know it suited him? I used spirit incense. I lied, trying to deflect. I see. You went egg gambling, she said, her eyes narrowing. Does your insight talent work on eggs? My heart skipped. In front of a pro, my secrets were paper thin. I stayed silent, which was as good as a confession. I'm just guessing, she said, waving it off. It's common knowledge that you can't see inside an egg. I assume your talent just gives you a vague hint. Anyway, why didn't you get one for yourself? I haven't decided, I said. Plus, I'm broke. I can't afford the good ones. Don't worry about the money. The school will handle that, she said, dismissing my concern. But you need to think about your future. If you were just average, I wouldn't say this. But your talent is monstrous. Your first beast is everything. Tell me, do you know about the Capital and Shanghai Beast Tamer universities? I nodded. They were the 2 best schools in the country, only taking 10,000 students each year from a pool of millions. Do you know how they recruit? She asked. I shook my head. They don't wait for the national exam, she said, her eyes gleaming. They hold special recruitment fairs in the second half of your junior year. And for someone like you, that's where the real journey begins. Ms. Zhou looked me straight in the eye. If you secure a spot at the recruitment fair and your exam scores meet the bar, you're in. For a talent like yours, skipping the exam entirely through a special recommendation is even possible. Sending a student to one of those schools has been Principal Wei's lifelong dream. My heart raced. A guaranteed spot in a top-tier university? It sounded like a dream. But then, a thought hit me. I was only a freshman. Why was she talking about graduation already? She saw the confusion on my face. I know what you're thinking. Why now? Because of the genius class. She leaned closer, her voice dropping. Few people know this, but both universities have a genius class. They are the elite of the elite, the monsters among men. That class is the cradle of grandmasters. It's designed to produce rank 9 powerhouses. I swallowed hard. Rank 9. That was the pinnacle of strength. There are 2 ways in, she continued. First, be so dominant at the recruitment fair that they scout you on the spot. Second, get a recommendation from someone with authority and take a private entrance exam. In all of Heian City, I am the only one with that recommendation power. I stared at her, stunned. I had used my insight talent on Ms. Zhou before and gotten a beating for it. She was only rank 3. How did a rank 3 teacher have that kind of pull? She looked a bit embarrassed, reading my mind. It's because I graduated from the Capital University's genius class myself. My jaw dropped. If that class was a cradle for grandmasters, why was she still at rank 3? My situation is complicated, she snapped, glaring at me to stop the questions. She took a breath and regained her composure. I'll only recommend you if you prove you can stand above everyone else your age. Here is my standard. It's February now. By the end of May, you must contract a high combat spirit beast and raise it to rank 1. You need to master combat, keep your grades perfect, and show me real growth. If you do that, the recommendation is yours. She paused, her expression turning somber. The resources in the genius class make regular universities look like trash. But I only get one recommendation chance in my life. I didn't even give it to my own brother, Zhou Shudan. If I recommend you and you fail, I lose my chance forever. What are my odds of passing the exam if you recommend me? I asked. 10%, she said bluntly. The private exam is brutal. 10%. It was low, but it was an extra shot at the big leagues. I have one condition, she added. If I help you, you must promise to do one thing for me when you become strong enough in the future. You can say no now, and I'll still recommend you if you're good enough, but I'm asking for your word. She had laid everything on the line. I couldn't say no. Don't worry, Ms. Zhou, I said, my voice firm. Once I'm strong, I'll climb mountains of blades or swim through seas of fire for you. Just name the task. She rolled her eyes. Men and their mouths. You don't even know what it is, and you're already making grand promises. Typical. She waved me off. We'll talk when you actually reach rank 7. Just don't turn your back on me when you're famous. Starting tomorrow, stop the morning runs. You're training with me. Now get out. I went back to the dorm and lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling. I had to get into that genius class. In this world of beasts, strength was the only thing that mattered. It was the only way to protect myself and my family. I still had questions, though. China had 1 billion people, and with a 10% awakening rate, there should be 100 million beast tamers. But I barely saw any. Either the numbers were lies, or this world held secrets I wasn't ready for yet. The next morning, the training began. I gathered my classmates on the field and set them to work on their stance training. Then, I walked to the center of the field where Ms. Zhou was waiting, scrolling through her phone. Can't we do this somewhere more private? I whispered, feeling the eyes of the whole class on me. Stop whining and get over here, she shouted, not caring who heard. I jogged over. She didn't waste time. Today, we focus on your combat skills. The stance is the foundation. There are 3 realms: rooting, explosive power, and primal unity. Rooting is about applying. I know the 3 realms, Ms. Zhou, I interrupted. Rooting is using bone and tendon strength in combat. Explosive power is about instant release. Primal unity is turning active defense into instinct. She looked surprised. I haven't taught you that yet. I met a master in the provincial capital over the holidays. I lied smoothly. He gave me some pointers. I just need real combat to reach the 1st realm. She nodded. Then our goal for the next 3 months is to get you to the doorstep of the 2nd realm. We fight every morning. You attack, I defend. You must channel your inner strength into every strike. Now, hold your stance for 10 minutes. Feel the power. I dropped into position. I didn't enter my beast space this time. I stayed present, feeling the ground beneath my feet. A surge of energy rose from my soles. Even with my muscles relaxed, my bones and tendons held me firm. That was the snap I needed. I'm ready, I said, opening my eyes. I lunged forward, throwing a punch at her head. She caught it effortlessly in her palm. Not bad, but the snap isn't there, she critiqued. Tendon strength first, muscle power second. Again, I pivoted, throwing a roundhouse kick toward her temple. Her forearm blocked it like a stone pillar. It's a whole body movement, she barked. Don't just use your leg. Use everything. Again, I focused, feeling the power travel from the earth, through my frame, and into my fist. I struck. She caught it again, but this time, it felt like hitting a steel wall. My knuckles throbbed with a dull ache. That's it, she said, a small smile appearing. Remember that feeling. Make your body memorize it. Keep going. I threw punch after punch, kick after kick. The more I mastered the technique, the more it hurt. My strikes were getting stronger, but every time I hit her, the vibration rattled my bones. She didn't budge. I was covered in sweat, my limbs screaming in pain, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. Ms. Zhou was relentless. She stood there, eyes tracking my every move, barking orders like a drill sergeant. Keep going. Don't stop. Is that all you've got? Faster. Put some weight into it. Ms. Zhou, please. I gasped, my lungs burning. Have mercy. I'm done. I really can't. Half an hour later, I was a wreck. I was soaked to the bone in sweat, collapsing onto the grass. I didn't care who was watching. I stayed down, gasping for air, refusing to move even if my life depended on it. My hands, feet, and shins were swollen and throbbing. When your muscle strength is completely gone, that's the best time to feel the power in your bones and tendons, she said coldly. I closed my eyes. I reached into my beast space and pulled out a single drop of origin power. I guided it into my heart, letting it flow through my bloodstream. The relief was instant. My strength surged back, and the searing pain in my limbs began to fade. Don't use origin power to recover, Ms. Zhou shouted. Zhou snapped, sensing the change. Her brow furrowed in disapproval. Save that for your cultivation. Get up. Continue. I gritted my teeth, ignoring the protest from my nerves, and forced myself back to my feet. I lunged at her again, throwing punch after punch, kick after kick. My knuckles eventually split, staining my fists with blood. Nearby, the students from Class 2 were practicing their stances, and Class 1 was finishing their laps. They all stopped to watch us in the middle of the field. They looked terrified. Everyone knew who Ms. Zhou was. She was the combat instructor for both classes, a woman who could punch through a sandbag like it was paper and make the entire gym floor shake with a single stomp. Is he actually attacking her? One student from Class 1 whispered. He's just constantly going at her. Everything he throws gets blocked, another replied. But it's still insane. Are we going to have to do that later? The question hung in the air, leaving both classes in a stunned silence. When their morning drills ended, they headed off to shower and eat, but I was still out there. The constant pain had triggered a stress response in my body. I felt numb. My mind was a blank slate, focused entirely on the next strike. As my muscles failed, my perception of my bone and tendon strength became crystal clear. My speed increased. My power didn't drop, it grew. Ms. Zhou finally nodded, a flicker of approval in her eyes. She checked the time and stepped back. That's enough for today. I swung one last punch, hit nothing but air, and face-planted into the turf. I lay there, heaving, my chest rattling with every breath. Clean yourself up, she said, walking away without looking back. Go to class. We continue tomorrow. I stayed on the ground for 5 minutes. When I realized I was going to be late, I dragged myself up and limped toward the classroom. Cousin, Li Tang, are you okay? Yang Fan ran up to me, holding a bag of steamed buns in one hand and reaching out to steady me with the other. I brought you breakfast. Don't touch me. I winced, pulling away. Everything hurts. Just let me walk slow. I shuffled toward the classroom, dripping sweat with every step. I left a trail behind me like it had just rained. By the time I walked through the door, the lecture had already started. The teacher looked at my disheveled, soaking wet state and did a double take, but he didn't say a word. He just waved me to my seat. I sat down and took a bun from Yang Fan. My hands were swollen like balloons, trembling so hard I could barely hold the food. I took a massive bite, chewing the beast meat filling with everything I had. As the meat hit my stomach, a wave of warmth spread through my chest, soothing my battered body. Suddenly, a bottle of water appeared on my desk. I looked up and Feng Rue, who sat in front of me, pointed toward Yin Ziyuan. Yin Ziyuan was half-turned in his seat, watching me. I caught his eye and gave him a weak smile before taking a long drink. He looked embarrassed, quickly turning back around and burying his face in his arms on his desk. If I could have seen his eyes, I would have seen nothing but pity. After breakfast, I thought it over and decided to use one more drop of origin power. I wouldn't use it during training. I needed that state of exhaustion to master my technique. But if I didn't use it now, I wouldn't be able to move by tomorrow morning. As the energy hit my heart, the swelling in my hands and feet began to recede. I closed my eyes, entering a state of internal meditation to keep my cultivation rhythm steady. At 6 p.m., I returned to the familiar Yuan Qi room. The air was thick with energy, and I breathed it in greedily. Finally, I was training on the school's dime. As I entered a deep meditative state, the energy in the room swirled toward me, hundreds of motes of light gathering in my beast space. Sun Mingyuan, the supervisor, watched the energy consumption levels drop rapidly. He sighed and opened a hidden compartment, swapping out a spent spirit stone for a fresh, mid-grade one. I wasn't the only one pushing. Yang Fan secretly popped a qi-condensing pill before he started. Not far away, Yin Ziyuan checked to make sure no one was looking before swallowing a medicinal pellet of his own. Several other students from Class 1 were doing the same. Many of them came from wealthy families and had their own ways to boost their speed. My sudden rise in power had turned me into a shark in a tank of sardines. Everyone was scrambling to keep up. The next morning, I was back on the field, attacking Ms. Zhou. My movements were becoming more fluid, my strikes carrying a new kind of weight. Good, Ms. Zhou said, blocking a kick. You can call on your bone strength now. You've officially mastered the basics of the first realm. Now, you need to fuse that bone strength with your muscle power. That's how you reach true mastery. Don't stop. Fuse them. It was a cycle of pain and progress. For 15 days, I stayed on the offensive. My power was leagues beyond where it had been when I started. But on the 16th day, Ms. Zhou changed the rules. Li Tang, she said, her voice dropping an octave. Your active power is good. Now, we work on passive power. It's my turn to attack. I'll control my strength, but you need to block. If you don't, you're going to get hurt. The students watching from the sidelines didn't look impressed anymore. They looked horrified. Ms. Zhou threw a punch. I crossed my arms to block, but her strength was overwhelming. The force slammed my own hands back into my nose, and I hit the dirt instantly. I scrambled up, only for her to launch a kick. I blocked with my right arm, but the impact sent me flying 3 meters across the grass. The moment my attack hits, you have to snap your bone strength into place, she advised, even as she stepped forward for another strike. Otherwise, I'm going to break you. She threw a punch aimed straight for my eye. In that split second, the world seemed to slow down. My vision sharpened. I raised my hands, but this time, I drove my heels into the earth. As her fist connected with my palms, I felt the massive surge of force travel through my arms, down my spine, and straight into the ground. This time, I didn't fly backward. I slid across the dirt, my heels carving 2 deep trenches into the ground. I had held my position. Not bad, Ms. Zhou said, a hint of praise in her voice. That's the feeling. Then she kicked me, and I went flying 3 meters anyway. The core problem was my fighting skill. It was mediocre at best. I was like a half-filled bottle of water, unstable and inconsistent. I couldn't block every strike from a pro like Ms. Zhou. By the end of the session, my eye was swollen shut. My thighs were bruised. My chest felt like it had been hit by a sledgehammer, turning a sickly shade of purple. My hands and feet were even worse. There wasn't a single patch of healthy skin left on me. Ms. Zhou looked down at me. Zhou looked at my battered face and actually seemed a bit embarrassed. I might have gone a little too heavy, she muttered. Get yourself to the school infirmary. Then she turned and walked away, her heels clicking on the pavement. I was a wreck. I couldn't even stand up, let alone walk. Thankfully, Yang Fan and Qin Rue came over and hoisted me up, dragging my limp body toward the clinic. Inside the infirmary, I saw Vice Principal Lu Yongling. The moment I spotted him, I almost burst into tears. Principal Lu, please save me, I groaned. Old people are usually kind-hearted. Lu Yongling looked at me with a beaming smile. Oh, isn't this our little genius? Old Huang was just bragging about you on the phone the other day. How did you end up looking like a dead dog today? Was it Joshumi? That girl never did know how to hold back. Principal, please stop chatting. I wheezed, slumped into a chair. It hurts. Just use the emerald swallowtail to heal me. Sure, he said casually. 10,000 credits per treatment. Go pay at the front desk. I froze. We're in the school clinic. Why does it cost money? Don't want to pay? Lu Yongling turned toward the door and shouted. Nurse, come over here and rub some cheap ointment on this kid. Massage the bruises a bit. He'll be fine in 3 or 4 days. Wait. I'll pay. I yelled. Please, just let the butterfly do its thing. Smart kid, he chuckled. 10,000 for my personal help is a bargain. If we weren't at school, I wouldn't even consider it for less than 100,000. He summoned the emerald swallowtail. With a soft command, a brilliant green light washed over me. I watched in awe as my wounds closed and the bruises faded in real time. Within minutes, I felt alive again. Knowing Lu Yonling was a master and a friend of my mentor, I decided to pick his brain. Principal Lu, do I really have to get beaten up to improve my stance mastery? Is there any other way? Sure, he said. You can just stand in the pose and meditate. If you're gifted, you'll reach full mastery in about 10 or 20 years. I winced. So, the beatings were mandatory. Combat is simple, Lu explained patiently. It's two things, hitting and getting hit. If you don't learn to take a hit now, you'll just get crushed in real combat later. It's a matter of time. Is there a way to get hit less? I asked. Be smarter. It's about comprehension. In the first stage of the standing pillar, getting hit is the fastest way to spread that bone strength throughout your body. It turns your techniques into instinct. But you need to think. Why can you use bone strength when you attack, but not when you defend? Is your reaction time too slow? Then find a way to speed up. Is the power not reaching your limbs? Then practice until it does. He leaned in closer. All combat moves are just illusions meant to find a flaw. Defense is about seeing through those illusions. But knowing it is one thing, doing it is another. You have to turn it into a reflex. And tell me, when Zhou Shumi attacks, do you just stand there like an idiot? Have you thought about dodging? Or a counterattack? Or using her own momentum against her? He patted my shoulder. Your goal isn't just to be a punching bag. It's to make your bone strength flow through every muscle. Open up your perspective. I walked out of the infirmary with my head spinning. It wasn't that he was rambling. It was that his words hit me like a lightning bolt. Since I transmigrated, I thought I was the smartest guy in the room. I had talent. I had a great beast, and I felt like the protagonist of my own story. But I realized I had been lazy. Not physically lazy. I trained hard, but mentally lazy. I hadn't been reflecting. I hadn't been looking at the bigger picture. How do I fix my reaction time? If I only used bone strength during training, I'd never master it. I needed to use it for everything. As I walked back to class, I changed my gait. If anyone was watching, they would have thought I'd forgotten how to walk. My steps were slow and awkward as I focused on fusing my bone strength with my leg muscles. Gradually, I got faster. My pace returned to normal, but I felt lighter, almost like I was floating. All day, I obsessed over it. I felt every inch of muscle, my abs, my back, my neck, and forced the bone strength to merge with them. Yang Fan watched me all day with a look of pure concern. He saw me lifting my legs, twisting my neck, and throwing random punches into the air. He didn't say a word, but I could tell what he was thinking. Li Tang has finally lost his mind. Ms. Zhou broke his brain. The next morning, I faced Ms. Zhou again. She threw a punch. This time, I didn't just stand there. I slipped my body to the side, letting the fist whistle past my ear. Before she could reset, I snapped a low kick toward the back of her knee. She reacted instinctively, lifting her leg to block my strike. I didn't fight her force, I used it. I let the impact of her block spin my body around, using that momentum to launch a high-flying kick toward her head. Because I had combined my own power with the force of her block, the kick was incredibly fast. Ms. Zhou raised her arm to shield her head. The impact was so heavy she had to take a step back to keep her balance. I didn't give her a second to breathe. I lunged off my other leg, launching another flying kick. This time, Ms. Zhou's eyes sharpened. She reached out, caught my leg midair, and sent me tumbling across the grass. But as I hit the ground, I didn't feel defeated. I felt a grin spreading across my face. I was finally starting to get it. I hit the grass and rolled, letting the momentum bleed off to kill the impact. I sprang back up, breathing hard. Not bad, kid, Ms. Zhou said, a surprised glint in her eyes. You actually figured it out in a single day? I guess you're ready for a real exchange. She looked a bit embarrassed that a student had actually made her step back, and her smile turned into a sharp, competitive grin. She raised her hands, palms open. Your bone strength application is decent. Let's see how much more you can handle. She lunged again, her fist whistling toward my head. I moved to slip to the right, but she was faster this time. It was a feint. As I shifted, she pivoted her hips and snapped a low kick toward my calf. I couldn't dodge it in time. My only choice was to drop into a deep bow stance, bracing the front of my leg to take the hit. The impact was agonizing. A dull, heavy thud echoed through my bone, but because I had lowered my center of gravity, I stayed upright. I didn't give myself a second to feel the pain. I pushed off my back foot, lunging forward with a straight punch aimed directly at her chest. In a real fight, she would have parried and countered with a strike that could have broken my ribs. But this was a spar. She didn't want to kill me, so she simply opened her palm to catch my fist. That was her mistake. I was learning her rhythm. Just as my punch was about to land, I pulled it back. I dropped low to the ground, spinning on one heel for a sweeping kick aimed at both her ankles. It caught her off guard. Since I was crouched so low, she couldn't reach me with her hands. If this were a life-or-death battle, she would have stomped down and crushed my leg. Instead, she was forced to take a step back to avoid the sweep. I didn't let up. I stayed low, lunging forward like a predator. I aimed a monkey steals the peach strike right at her lower body. Ms. Zhou's eyebrows shot up. I could tell she wanted to deliver a front kick to my chest that would have sent me to the infirmary for a week. She restrained herself, gritting her teeth and taking a second step back. I surged forward again, using my back leg to propel myself into a black tiger steals the heart. My top hand blocked her downward grab, while my other fist drove straight toward her stomach. She had two choices: kick me into the dirt or retreat again. She retreated. Whoa, did you see that? Li Tang pushed Ms. Zhou back 3 steps. Class monitor is a beast. The students from Class 1 and Class 2 were losing their minds. A roar of cheers swept across the field, loud enough to shake the school buildings. We had all suffered under Ms. Zhou's brutal training. Seeing me hold my own gave them a massive surge of confidence. If I could do it, they could too. Of course, the glory didn't last long. A second later, Ms. Zhou's foot connected with my side, and I went flying. I lay on the grass, gasping for air. Ms. Zhou didn't follow up. She heard the cheers and looked around at the crowd. The students immediately went silent, eyes darting away as they pretended to run or practice their stances. She looked back at me for a long moment. "You're actually quite good," she said quietly. "Your first stage of bone strengthening isn't perfect yet, but your application of force is exactly where it needs to be. You can practice the rest on your own." She paused, her expression softening slightly. "For the next phase, you'll train with Mr. Zhao Weigua. He specializes in the second stage of the stance. His methods will suit you better." I grinned, despite the pain. "Thank you, Ms. Zhou." She gave a stiff, proud nod and walked away. The moment she was out of sight, my classmates swarmed me. They cheered, hoisted me up, and carried me toward the school infirmary like a hero. I was exhausted. Every limb ached, and the injuries from today were even worse than yesterday. Another 10,000 yuan down the drain for medical bills. That night, at midnight, I sat in my dorm room clutching a mid-grade spirit stone. I watched the red energy flow into my beast space, being swallowed by the beast taming art. Suddenly, the space began to vibrate violently. It expanded outward, the boundaries pushing further into the void. The spirit plant in the center grew taller, and a 10th leaf sprouted from the stem. It had taken 6 months of grueling work, but I finally hit level 10. I was ready to contract my first beast. I lay back, my mind racing. Reaching level 10 unlocked my second talent, synthetic evolution. The description was insane. I could fuse 3 identical beasts of the same level to force an evolution. Even better, I had 10 reserve slots in my beast space. I wondered if the beasts in those reserve slots could fight. If they could, I wouldn't just be a beast tamer. I'd be a one-man army. 10 against 1? That seemed too broken, even for me. Then there was the evolution math. If I had 10 reserve slots plus my main contract, I could potentially evolve a beast 5 times. That would require 243 identical beasts. If I could pull that off, I could create a god-tier beast with a talent level far beyond anything the world had ever seen. But what should my first beast be? I couldn't pick something too rare, or I'd never find enough copies to evolve it. I also couldn't pick something too weak. Level 0 and level 1 beasts were basically livestock. They didn't even have talent skills. If I evolved a trash beast, and it stayed trash, I'd be finished. I needed something common but capable, a species with a solid foundation. I thought about it until my brain hurt, finally drifting into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning at 6:30, I was back on the field. Contracting a beast would take time and planning, but I couldn't let my physical training slip. A man was waiting for me in the center of the track. It was Zhao Weiguo. "Good morning, Mr. Zhao," I said, walking up to him. "I'm looking forward to working with you." Zhao was a man of few words. He just nodded, staring at me in silence. "So, what are we practicing today?" I asked. More silence. 10 seconds passed before he finally spoke. "Stance," he said. "The second realm. Explosive force." He paused, his eyes locking onto mine. 3 steps. Step 1. Mobilize your power. Step 2. Brace your body like a spring. Step 3. Strike. I nodded, waiting for him to continue. "I'll show you," Zhao Weiguo said. He dropped into a low horse stance, fists pulled back to his sides. His entire body tensed up, muscles rippling under his skin as he gathered strength. A few seconds passed in total silence. Then, his right fist blurred. I didn't just see the punch, I felt it. A gust of wind whipped past my face, followed by a deafening boom that echoed across the field. He had punched so fast he broke the sound barrier. My jaw hit the floor. I instinctively covered my ears as the other students practicing nearby jumped in shock. Zhao pulled his fist back and looked at me. "Today, you stay in your horse stance. Mobilize your full body strength. Then punch." After that, he went silent again. I didn't hesitate. I dropped into the stance, focused on the flow of energy through my bones, and threw a punch. It was silent. I tried again, gathering more power, but the air remained still. 10 minutes later, Zhao finally spoke up. "Imagine yourself as a bow. Use your whole body to pull the string back. The punch is the arrow." Then, silence once more. It was clear Zhao wasn't much of a talker. Speaking seemed like a chore for him. His instructions were abstract, leaving me to figure out the mechanics on my own. I stayed in the stance, driving my weight into the ground. I visualized my spine and legs as the frame of a massive bow, using my muscles and tendons to pull back against the tension. I threw a punch at full speed. This time, it felt heavier. There was a faint sound, mostly just my clothes snapping against the air, but it was progress. Another 10 minutes passed. "Rotate your muscles in the opposite direction," Zhao said suddenly. "When you punch, force the muscles to twist." I stared at him. "Man, you could have said that earlier." That one tip was the missing piece. I threw the next punch, and it whistled through the air. A faint, sharp crack followed, a mini sonic boom. I locked that feeling into my muscle memory and began throwing punch after punch, over and over. After about 15 minutes, Zhao produced a thick piece of protective gear from somewhere. He held it up and gave me a simple command: "Hit me." I didn't hold back. I slammed my fist into the padding. The gear deformed slightly under the impact, and a jolt of pain shot through my knuckles. Zhao, however, stood there like a mountain. His arm didn't even budge. I kept going for another 8 minutes until my hands were swollen and red. I spent 5 full seconds gathering every ounce of strength I had for one final strike, but before I could let it fly, Zhao lowered the pad. "That's enough for today," he said, giving me a small nod. "You're not bad." Then he just turned around and walked away. "Hey, boss," I called out. "How did I actually do? Give me a straight answer." He didn't look back. Once the training session ended, I skipped the cafeteria and headed straight for Ms. Zhou's office. I needed answers. When I reached the door, I saw Ms. Zhou sitting at her desk, looking incredibly serious. Her head was down, eyes locked on her lap. I leaned in and realized she was just playing a matching game on her phone. "Ms. Zhou, sorry to disturb you," I said. She clicked her screen off and stared at me for a long time, as if searching for something on my face. "Why aren't you in class? Do you have a problem with Mr. Zhao? That's just how he is. If you don't understand something, ask him one question at a time. He'll answer eventually." "No, it's not that," I replied. "Mr. Zhao is a great teacher. I'm here because I hit level 10. I'm ready to contract my first beast." Her eyebrows shot up. "Level 10 already? That's faster than I expected. Do you know what you want yet?" "Not yet. Can I see the school's inventory list first?" "Fine. Follow me." She led me upstairs to the principal's office. She briefed Principal Liu on my progress and explained that we needed access to the Beast Egg warehouse. "Student Li Tang," Liu said, smiling as he signed a permit. "Not only a little hero, but a top-tier talent in cultivation as well." Armed with the permit, Ms. Zhou led me toward the back mountain. Even though I'd been here a semester, I usually stuck to the dorms and the classrooms. I'd been to the energy rooms halfway up the mountain, but never to the summit. We took a secluded path. As we climbed, I saw senior students scattered through the forest. Some were sparring with impressive technique. Others were commanding their beasts to blast trees with skills, and a few were just meditating in silence. Ms. Zhou didn't stop to explain. She just kept moving. 10 minutes later, we reached the peak. There was a small, plain house there that looked like a quiet farmhouse. "Teacher Chi," Ms. Zhou said as we stepped inside, "I've brought a student to pick a beast egg." An elderly woman sat at a table, her silver hair neatly tied back. Her face was lined with deep wrinkles, and she was busy knitting a sweater. Ms. Zhou respectfully handed over the permit. "Principal Liu authorized this." Chi Hong took the paper, glanced at it, and then looked at me. "So, this is the boy you recommended?" "Yes, Teacher Chi," Ms. Zhou replied. "Hello, Teacher Chi," I added politely. The old woman sighed, her voice calm. "Why send him to risk his life? Wouldn't it be better to stay in high school for 2 more years?" "Teacher," Zhou said softly, "a beast tamer's life is always about taking risks." "Suit yourself," Chi Hong muttered, returning to her knitting. "The premium eggs are on the second basement level." Ms. Zhou gestured for me to follow her down a side staircase. The house was a front. The real facility was carved deep into the mountain itself. "The first basement level holds common eggs," Ms. Zhou explained. "The second level is for the rare ones. This is a big opportunity, Li Tang. Make it count." We reached the bottom. The room was small, maybe 30 square meters, with a long table holding 7 beast eggs. I'd seen plenty of eggs back in the provincial capital, but the labels on these made my heart skip a beat. The school was definitely going all in on me. 4 of the eggs were rank 5, and 3 were rank 6. All of them were sourced from Rift Worlds. "Usually, these aren't for students," Ms. Zhou whispered. "Teachers normally have to pay a fortune for these when they level up. I had to personally guarantee you'd get into the Capital Beast Taming University before the principal agreed to this." She pointed to the second egg from the left. "This is the one I recommend. The mountain-splitting giant ape. It's a power-type beast with a rank 6 talent. Its attack and defense are both top tier, and it has a clear evolution path into the Titan giant ape, which is rank 9. It's a difficult evolution, but it gives you a goal." I stared at the eggs, my mind racing. If I used my unique ability on a common rank 3 beast, I'd need 27 of them to evolve it into a rank 7. But if I took the ape, it was already rank 6. The problem was, I'd probably never find another one to trigger an evolution. I looked up at Ms. Zhou. "Teacher, why aren't there any rank 7 eggs?" Ms. Zhou looked at me and shook her head. "I haven't even seen a rank 7 egg at the House of Jade Beasts," she said. "They exist, but they're incredibly rare. Once a spirit beast reaches rank 7, their power is so immense that it actually affects their fertility. It's a biological trade-off." She leaned in closer, her voice dropping an octave. "Most high-level beasts you'll see in the future, even a rank 7 or 8 mountain-splitting giant ape, started with rank 6 talent. They just spent years fighting and training to break past their natural limits. Their eggs, however, stay at rank 6. What if they evolve?" I asked. "Breaking through a limit is one thing, but evolution is a complete sublimation of the species," she explained. "If a Titan giant ape laid an egg, it would be rank 7 or even rank 9. But those are legendary. Nobody sells those, and they certainly don't hand them out to high schools. Are you ready? I'm telling you, take the ape." I hesitated. I had a secret. My second talent allowed me to evolve beasts by merging them, but I needed quantity. A rare rank 6 was great, but I couldn't find duplicates to trigger an evolution. "Teacher Zhou," I said, looking her in the eye, "if I don't choose one of these eggs, can I get the cash equivalent instead?" Ms. Zhou stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "You're only level 10. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're actually turning down a mountain-splitting giant ape?" A few minutes later, I was in the principal's office. Principal Liu and Ms. Zhou were both tag-teaming me, trying to talk some sense into my head. Actually, it was more like they were taking turns yelling at me. "Do you have any idea what it took for me to get that egg?" Principal Liu barked, looking genuinely pained. "If I put that up for auction, it would fetch 150 million credits easily. And you're turning it down? Just how big is your ego, Li Tang?" I kept my mouth shut. I knew they were right. I'd seen a dragon egg go for over 100 million at the House of Jade Beasts. But I couldn't explain my talent to them. It was my only edge. All right. Principal Lu sighed, waving his hand to calm Ms. Zhou down. Everyone has their own path. Ms. Zhou mentioned your insight, talent might be special. I assume you want to go to the House of Jade Beasts and gamble on some lower-level eggs. He looked at me sternly. But don't even dream of getting 100 million in cash. The most I can give you is 15 million. If no one claims that ape egg, I have to return it to the Ministry of Education anyway. 15 million? I blurted out. Principal, that's just the price of a rank 5 egg. That's not enough for me to gamble with. Let's be fair. 50 million. Not a chance, he snapped. 15 million. That's it. And if you don't make it into the Capital Beast Taming University, I'm holding you personally liable for that debt. I'll have to pay it back out of my own pocket. Principal, even if I don't make the genius class, getting into the main university is a sure thing for me. I countered, trying to negotiate. Let's meet in the middle. 30 million. Give me 2 shots at turning a rank 5 into a rank 7. He groaned, rubbing his temples. Fine. 20 million. Take it or leave it. This school hasn't sent anyone to the Capital University in years, and we've survived. If you keep talking, I'll just wait for the next genius to come along. Deal. I said quickly. Thank you, Principal. Send the transfer now. I'm heading to the provincial capital today. I handled my leave of absence right there in his office. My plan was clear. I'd pick a common rank 3 beast, find at least 9 of them, and evolve them twice. That would guarantee me a rank 6 beast with a high chance of hitting rank 7. There was no luxury car waiting for me this time. I booked a train ticket on my phone, went back to the dorm, and packed a few clothes. I tucked my bank card and my raw spirit stones into a small bag. I tried stuffing them down my underwear for safety, but the stones were too bulky and uncomfortable. I ended up hanging the card around my neck and burying the stones at the very bottom of my backpack. I caught a taxi to the station. The train was at 2 p.m., and I'd be in the city by 7 o'clock. I decided to be bold and messaged Huang Shuxian. Sister Xian, I'm coming to the city tonight. Could you help me book a room at the Jueming Hotel? By the time I reached the station, she replied, What time is your train? I'll have someone pick you up at the South Station at 7 o'clock. We'll have dinner and talk then. Thanks, Sister Xian. No problem, she sent back. My grandfather has been asking about you. He might stop by tonight too. When I stepped off the train at 7 p.m., I immediately saw a man in a sharp suit and sunglasses. He was holding a massive printed sign that read, A warm welcome to Mr. Li Tang of Liling City. I wanted to crawl into a hole and die. People were staring and whispering, wondering if I was some famous celebrity or a high-ranking official. I hurried over and hissed, I'm Li Tang. Put that sign down, please. Hello, Mr. Li Tang, he said formally. Master Huang arranged for me to collect you. They are waiting in the hotel banquet hall. We should move quickly. He led me to a gold-trimmed luxury car, and we sped off toward the 5-star Jueming Hotel. We took the elevator to the 12th floor. When the doors to the banquet hall opened, I froze. There was a huge table full of people. Huang Shuxian saw me and waved. Li Tang, come sit. We've been waiting for you. I took a deep breath. Don't look weak, I told myself. Good evening, Sister Xian. Good evening, everyone. Sorry for the trouble. I walked in and gave a formal beast tamer's salute. Seeing how serious I was, the others stood and returned the gesture. Shu Xian pointed to the seat right next to her. I dropped my bag and sat down. I figured I'd use your visit as an excuse to get my old classmates together, Shu Xian told the group. Everyone is so busy these days. Everyone, this is Li Tang. He's a freshman at Dun First High and a close friend of my grandfather. Li Tang, this is Zhang Wei, Lu Ziki, Wu Wide, and our class monitor, Shangwan Mingtang. I nodded to each of them as the servers started bringing out the food. My eyes widened. These weren't normal dishes. They were made from high-level beast meat and rare spirit herbs. Every bite sent a surge of warmth through my body. Since we were all minors, there was no alcohol, just a sweet and sour energy drink that made my mind feel incredibly sharp. I didn't recognize half the ingredients, so I ate slowly, watching how the others handled the exotic dishes to avoid making a fool of myself. I stayed quiet and listened to them talk. It was all beast tamer gossip, who had leveled up, what new beasts they'd contracted, and who was winning the local rankings. I realized these guys were all from a top-tier private high school in the city. They only had 2 classes per grade, one for genius-level students with A-rank talents, and another for regular students who still had at least a C-rank talent. In this room, I was the only one who didn't come from money or a famous lineage. The tuition at their private academy was incredibly expensive. Everyone at this table belonged to the genius class, and the conversation revolved entirely around Shangwan Mingtang and Huang Shuxian. The others were constantly flattering them, which told me everything I needed to know. In their class, these 2 were clearly the top dogs. Brotherly Tang, Shangwan Mingtang said suddenly, breaking my focus on the food. What level are you at now? I set my chopsticks down and swallowed. I didn't want to sound arrogant, but I didn't want to look weak either. I'm not as impressive as you seniors, I said slowly. I just hit level 10. The table went silent. A collective shock rippled through the group. I could see them doing the math in their heads. Shuxian was at Tier 1, level 4. Shangwan Mingtang was at Tier 1, level 5. The rest were hovering around level 2 or 3. But they were older. For a freshman to be at level 10 already meant my cultivation speed was identical to Shangwan Mingtang's. Their eyes shifted toward him, then back to me. They realized they were looking at another monster. So, have you contracted a spirit beast yet? Lu Ziki asked, leaning in. A few people chuckled, and Lu Ziki immediately looked embarrassed. He realized he'd asked a stupid question. At level 10, I hadn't officially broken through to Tier 1 yet. Without that breakthrough, a contract was impossible. Not yet, I replied calmly. That's actually why I came to the provincial capital. I need to solve that problem. Didn't your school provide one? Zhang Wei asked. She had a round, doll-like face and looked genuinely confused. They offered me a Tier 6 mountain-splitting giant ape, I told them. But I didn't really like it, so I turned it down. What? Zhang Wei shrieked. You rejected a Tier 6 beast? That's a top-tier spirit beast. Her own first beast was rare, but only Tier 5. In fact, at this whole table, only Shangwan Mingtang had a Tier 7 beast, and his family had to spend a fortune to get it. Up until now, these chosen ones had only been polite to me because of Xu Xian and her grandfather. They looked down on me for being from a small town. But knowing I was a genius who could afford to be picky about Tier 6 beasts changed everything. They assumed I was here looking for something Tier 7 or higher. The atmosphere shifted instantly. They became much warmer, treating me like an equal. I took the opportunity to ask for advice on combat and cultivation, and they were happy to share. I learned that the reason they were all together was for a school trial. Tomorrow, they were all heading to the Beast Tamer home arena to participate in Tier 1 combat matches. After dinner, everyone headed back to their rooms. Xu Xian led me to a private tea room where a beautiful tea master prepared a pot for us before slipping away. I took a sip and nearly choked. A wave of pure, sweet fragrance hit my tongue, followed by a surge of raw energy. It rushed through my body and straight into my beast space. A single sip was as effective as 2 or 3 drops of non-attributed essence. I stared at the cup in shock. Xu Xian gave me a playful, mischievous grin. I stole some of my grandfather's tea, she whispered. It's from a Tier 8 tea tree. Even he only has a tiny bit left. That's insanely expensive, I muttered, feeling the energy settle. I love it. I guess we should both thank Grandpa Huang for the treat. Xu Xian giggled. You're funny, Li Tang. Grandpa wanted to come talk to you tonight, but something urgent came up and he had to leave. So, let me ask, is there anything I can help you with while you're in the city? Don't worry about being a burden. My grandfather has a lot of connections here. We can make things happen. Thanks, Xu Xian, I said. I reached into my backpack. First, I need to pass along Vice Principal Lu's greetings to your grandfather. I pulled out a neatly wrapped package. Also, I didn't want to show up empty-handed after all the help you two have given me. I brought a local specialty from Heian City. I handed her a Heian roasted chicken I'd bought at the train station. Xu Xian stared at the greasy package, completely speechless. She knew I was about to ask for a favor, but she probably expected something more valuable than a $10 bird. Right, she said, her voice a bit flat. So what do you actually need help with? I looked around the luxurious room, trying to look as humble as possible. Well, thank you for booking this hotel for me. But, Do you think you could get me a discount on the room rate? Shu Xian stared at me for a long beat. Her expression went stiff. You want me to help you get a discount? Just stay here. It's on me. Don't worry about the money. Shu Xian, you're the best. I grinned. I'll make sure to pass on the vice principal's regards. And enjoy the chicken. She stood up to leave, shaking her head. I'll be at the arena for the next few days. Make sure you come watch my matches. I'll be there, I promised. I'll be your biggest fan.